Chapter 388. Everyone knew that Zhong Fengming liked Long Ruodong, but now she was accompanying another young man on a sightseeing tour. Moreover, she treated it as a top priority. This caused jealousy and anger to rise in his heart. Why did she have to be so good to an outsider? Could it be that she fell in love with this guy just because he was a bit more handsome and had fairer skin? Zhong Fengming wanted to let Long Ruodong know that this kind of man was just a facade. In reality, he was just a useless coward. Zhong Fengming jumped up from the platform and arrived in front of Long Ruodong and Ling Xiao. He coldly looked at Ling Xiao and then at Long Ruodong. "Junior sister, may I know where this honored guest is from?" When he said this, he emphasized the word honored guest, and his eyes were filled with extreme disdain. Long Ruodong was extremely angry at Zhong Fengming's rudeness. "Senior brother Zhong, please pay attention to your etiquette. Don't lose the image of our Dragon Sea Pavilion." "Ruodong, it seems like your senior brother doesn't like me. Take me somewhere else," Ling Xiao said indifferently. Ling Xiao usually didn't respond to this kind of rude provocation. Once he did, it would be quite profound. He decided to give the Dragon Sea Pavilion some face. "Shut up. Is Ruodong something you can call?" Zhong Fengming heard Ling Xiao call Long Ruodong so intimately and immediately shouted at Ling Xiao. He clenched his fists and his eyes were filled with anger. Immediately, the inner disciples of the Dragon Sea Pavilion all gathered over. Their eyes were filled with excitement as if they wanted to see their second senior brother teach that handsome young man a lesson. Long Ruodong stood in front of Ling Xiao and shouted, "Senior brother Zhong, apologize to big brother Ling immediately. Otherwise, you'll be punished." "Junior sister, you actually want me to apologize to an outsider? That's impossible." Zhong Fengming looked at Long Ruodong in disbelief. He then said, "Junior sister, don't tell me that I don't understand your feelings. Senior apprentice brother Zhong, that's enough. I've already told you before that I don't like you. Hurry up and apologize to big brother Ling." Long Ruodong glared at Zhong Fengming. She had long known of Zhong Fengming's feelings for her, but she didn't like Zhong Fengming's personality. He was too full of himself and was extremely scheming. She felt that he was only pursuing her for the position of the future pavilion master. Ling Xiao was her savior and the first man to make her heart beat faster. She really couldn't stand Zhong Fengming treating Ling Xiao like this. Furthermore, how could Ling Xiao be so powerful? Her father had told her last night that no one in the Dragon Sea Pavilion could afford to offend him. One could imagine how terrifying Ling Xiao was. She wanted Zhong Fengming to apologize because she hoped that Zhong Fengming would be tactful and not ask for a snub. Unfortunately, Zhong Fengming didn't know any of this. In his eyes, Tianbin was only a low-level soul master. Tianbin was okay, but for a mid-level soul master like him, he was far from being good enough. How could he apologize to someone weaker than him? Even if this brat really did have some background, he decided to teach him a lesson. "Forget it. Let's go." Ling Xiao shook his head. "Wait, I don't care who you are or where you come from. Leave my junior apprentice sister immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Zhong Fengming shouted at Ling Xiao. His eyes were filled with strong killing intent. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows and coldly said, "Keep your ignorant provocation. I won't bicker with you for Pavilion Master Long's sake. Big brother Ling, let's go. I'll have his master teach him a lesson." Long Ruodong could already feel that Ling Xiao was angry and pulled Ling Xiao away. She was really afraid that Ling Xiao and Zhong Fengming would have a conflict. "Scram, don't think that just because you're a guest of the Dragon Sea Pavilion, I won't dare to touch you. If you have the guts, get on the stage and let's fight to the death." Zhong Fengming clenched his fists and roared. "Enough, senior apprentice brother Zhong," Long Ruodong shouted. Before she could finish, Ling Xiao interrupted her and said, Ignore him. Some people are just cheap wretches. They need to be taught a lesson to remember." Big brother Ling, you have to be lenient." Long Ruodong was worried. She had seen Ling Xiao's methods before. He could even kill a king, let alone a middle spirit master like Zhong Fengming. "Come, let's go to the stage to see who's the real deal. If you lose, then stay away from my junior apprentice sister. Don't bother her anymore." Zhong Fengming endured the urge to go berserk. The more he looked at Long Ruodong, the more he felt that she cared for that brat. That jealous anger made him go crazy. I'll definitely make you leave the stage lying down. Zhong Fengming made a firm resolution in his heart. There's no need to go to the stage to deal with a small character like you. Ling Xiao looked at Zhong Fengming with extreme disdain. He then turned to Long Ruodong and said, Ruodong, cover your ears and move further away. Don't hurt yourself. Long Ruodong didn't understand what Ling Xiao meant, but she still did as he said. How dare you look down on me? I'll let you know what it means to say that there is always someone better than you out there. Zhong Fengming said coldly. His entire body turned into a shadow as he charged towards Ling Xiao. Zhong Fengming was a wind attribute martial artist, and his speed was the fastest within the same realm. He took the initiative because he couldn't stand Ling Xiao anymore. That brat actually called him a small character. He was the Dragon Sea Pavilion's second senior apprentice brother, and his strength was at the peak of the younger generation. He had always been sought after and worshipped by the younger generation, so how could he endure being insulted like this? The nearby inner court disciples all revealed excited expressions when they saw Zhong Fengming make his move. They were only inner court disciples, and being able to see a true disciple in action was also a chance for them to learn. That brat dares to challenge second senior apprentice brother? He really doesn't know what's good for him. Exactly. Second senior apprentice brother can even fight against a high-ranked spirit master. The elders in the pavilion all think highly of him. I really don't know why senior apprentice Sister Long is so protective of an outsider. Could it be that she really likes this kind of man? I think that man is quite charming. He's much more handsome than second senior apprentice brother, but he's just good to look at but useless. Not only was Zhong Fengming fast, but his attacks were also extremely ruthless. He was actually poking at Ling Xiao's lifeblood, which showed just how ruthless he was towards Ling Xiao. Get the hell out of here! Ling Xiao roared, his voice shaking the heavens and the earth. Previously, when Ling Xiao refined the flood dragon's essence blood, he had comprehended the tenbin of dragons' divine ability, Dragon Roar. Now, his roar contained the might of a dragon's roar. It was like a giant dragon's roar, and its tongue was like thunder, causing the surroundings to tremble. The nearby inner court disciples were all shaken to the point that they didn't know what to say. Their ears were ringing non-stop, and their heads weren't listening to them. Blood flowed out of the corners of their mouths, and their legs went limp as they all fell to the ground. Zhong Fengming, who bore the brunt of the attack, was even more miserable. His chest felt as if it had been struck by a heavy blow, and his entire body was sent flying far away. He spat out a mouthful of blood and finally fell to the ground. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Long Ruodong covered her ears after Ling Xiao's reminder and distanced herself from Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao's dragon roar still caused her ears to ring, and she felt dizzy. Who dares to be so impudent here? A dozen figures quickly flew out from a pavilion not far from the training grounds. They were all 25 to 30 years old, and they were all Dragon Sea Pavilion's true disciples. Their cultivations ranged from low-level to mid-level spirit masters, and one of them was even a high-level spirit master. When the successor disciples saw the group of inner sect disciples falling to the ground, all of them had expressions of pain, as if they had suffered some kind of heavy injury, and when they saw Zhong Fengming lying on the ground like a dead dog unconscious, their faces all turned ashen and angry. They surrounded Ling Xiao, and one of the high-level spirit masters shouted at Ling Xiao, "Who are you? How dare you come to my Dragon Sea Pavilion and behave atrociously? Eldest senior brother, why are you being so polite with him? Look at him, he's probably from the Great River sect. Kill him first. You dare to injure my inner court disciples and plot against my second senior brother? Don't even think about leaving here today. Everyone, let's kill him together." Ling Xiao looked around at the Dragon Sea Pavilion's true disciples who were rubbing their fists and smiled faintly. Is this how your Dragon Sea Pavilion treats its guests? Guest? You dare to injure people in my pavilion and call yourself a guest of the Dragon Sea Pavilion? What a joke! A true disciple shouted. Would you believe me if I said that I was forced to do so? Ling Xiao spread his hands and said, "Your words are a bit dramatic. No matter why you injured people, I advise you to obediently surrender and wait for your punishment. Otherwise, the only path left for you is death," said the High Spirit Master. Ling Xiao knew that no matter how he explained, they wouldn't listen, so he walked over to Long Ruotong and said, "Whether or not I'm telling the truth, you can ask Ruotong." "How dare you? Don't you dare harm my junior sister." The High Spirit Master thought that Ling Xiao wanted to kidnap Long Ruotong and shouted. The long sword on his back flew out and stabbed towards Ling Xiao's back. The other true disciples didn't mind. Since this person dared to come here, his strength was definitely not ordinary. They needed to work together to capture him. "You guys are really boring." Ling Xiao turned around, and an incomparably powerful king rank aura swept out from him. The dark protection force that was suffused with golden dragons blocked all of the attacks. The High Spirit Master and the group of true disciples were shocked by Ling Xiao's aura and stopped. They looked at Ling Xiao in shock. They had never thought that someone so young would already be a king-level existence. No wonder he dared to provoke them. Their hearts went cold. Today, the elders on Dragon Roar Peak had all left the sect. Without a king-level expert to resist, the only path left for them was death. Ling Xiao had no intention of making things difficult for them. He withdrew his aura and flashed over to Long Ruotong's side. He lightly touched the back of her neck, and she instantly regained consciousness. Big Brother Ling, are you all right?" Long Ruotong asked with concern. "I'm fine. You go and explain to them. I'll go back first." Ling Xiao had already lost the mood to have fun. He pointed at the true disciple of the Dragon Sea Pavilion and said. After that, he turned and flew back to the mountain peak where he was resting. The Dragon Sea Pavilion true disciples were all dumbfounded. Could it be that he had really been forced to act? Chapter 389. Ling Xiao had shocked all the true disciples of the Dragon Sea Pavilion on the Dragon Roar Peak. For a moment, the younger generation of disciples finally knew that Ling Xiao was one of the distinguished guests invited by their pavilion master at the Dragon Pavilion yesterday. No wonder he had such strength. Otherwise, how could the pavilion master treat him as a distinguished guest? At the same time, they clearly understood what Zhong Fengming meant when he said, "There is always a higher mountain and a higher sky." In the afternoon, a shocking news spread throughout the northwest and the southern wasteland. The Great River sect had been destroyed by the Dragon Sea Pavilion, and the upper reaches of the Longtao River were now under their control. The moment the Great River sect's emperor and sect master were killed by Ling Xiao's blue dragon, it meant that the Great River sect would no longer exist. However, no one had expected the Dragon Sea Pavilion to act so quickly. It was said that the Dragon Sea Pavilion had even invited the Emperor of Mercenaries, Nangong Lai, to kill an old monster who had been in closed-door training for many years. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy for the Dragon Sea Pavilion to take down the Great River sect. In addition to hunting spirit beasts and searching for spirit herbs to survive, mercenary groups would also accept some missions issued by others. As long as there was enough money, even if they were asked to kill, they would gladly accept it. The premise was that they had the ability to complete the mission. For a mercenary like Nangong Lai, it was extremely difficult to ask him to help. Sometimes, even if you had enough money, he might not help you. However, this time, Nangong Lai had chosen to help. Many people felt that it was inconceivable. At the same time, they were all thinking, when did the Dragon Sea Pavilion get involved with the Raging Inferno mercenary group? Just as everyone was talking about it, Nangong Lai, Ling Xiao, Xian Yao, and the Demon Emperor were preparing to leave the Dragon Sea Pavilion for the southern wasteland. Long Haitian and all the elders of the previous generation came out to send them off. This was the first time the Dragon Sea Pavilion had received such treatment. "Master Nangong, if you have time in the future, please come visit us. We will welcome you with open arms," Long Haitian said cheerfully. He then turned to Ling Xiao and said, "Brother Ling, I already know about what happened yesterday. I am truly sorry, but I will definitely punish that brat severely." "You're too polite, Pavilion Master Long. It was just a small matter." Ling Xiao waved his hand. "All right, let's go." Nangong Lai did not want to delay and urged. Ling Xiao cupped his hands towards Long Haitian and the group of old men before leaving with Nangong Lai. A delicate voice called out from behind the crowd, "Brother Ling, wait a moment." Ling Xiao didn't need to turn his head to know who was calling him. Long Ruotong separated the crowd and handed a small ornament to Ling Xiao. "Big brother Ling, this is my gift to you. Thank you for saving my life." After Long Ruotong placed the things in Ling Xiao's hands, her beautiful eyes looked at him emotionally, then she turned around and disappeared into the crowd. Ling Xiao clutched the exquisite pouch in his hand, turned around and left with Nangong Lai. After flying past the south side of the Dragon Wave River, it would be the territory under the jurisdiction of the Southern Wasteland. The area of the Southern Wasteland was much larger than the Northwest. However, it was mainly inhabited by spiritual beasts, and humans only occupied 1/5 of the area. Currently, the Southern Wasteland was divided into 8 major powers: 1 sect, 2 alliances, 3 clans, and 4 families. The first sect was the only sect in the Southern Wasteland, the Demon Shadow Sect. Their forces were spread all over the Southern Wasteland, and they were the strongest existence in the Southern Wasteland. Almost all of them cultivated the dark attribute, and they were extremely arrogant. They were viewed as evil by the people of the righteous path, and they were not allowed to exist in this world. However, in the Southern Wasteland, not many people dared to oppose them. Only the 2 alliances were able to contend against them. The 2 alliances were the Beast Alliance and the Deity Alliance. The Beast Alliance was an alliance led by the Beastmen tribes in the Southern Wasteland. Their leader was a rank 6 beast tamer, and there was no lack of rank 4 and 5 beast tamers in the alliance. Their cultivation might not be particularly powerful, but they were able to communicate with and get close to spirit beasts. The number of spirit beasts they had tamed from rank 3 to rank 5 were countless, and their leader even had 5 rank 6 spirit beasts by his side. With this, they became the second strongest force in the Southern Wasteland. The Deity Alliance was an alliance that propagated sectarianism and believed in religious rituals. They were the best at bewitching people, propagating the belief of pacifism, and promoting the equality of commoners and warriors. It did not matter whether you were strong or not, as long as your mind was not firm enough. Once you were influenced by them, you would become their most loyal believer. They had no less than 1 million believers in the Southern Wasteland, and they were the divine religion in the eyes of the commoners. The 3 races referred to the barbarian race, the puppet race, and the cannibal race. The barbarian race was the oldest race in the Southern Wasteland. They had the bloodline of the barbarian race, and their tenbin was known for its strength. No matter how strong you were, only by competing with your strength could you convince others with your strength. This was the true warrior of the barbarian race. It was said that when the barbarian king was young, he used his arm strength to lift a huge elephant weighing 5,000 jin, and became the genius of the barbarian race. Later on, he became the king of the barbarian race. The puppet race was a race that could use the puppet ancestral curse. The ancestral curse they used could cause people to hallucinate and cause them to lose their minds. At the peak of the puppet race, it was said that they could even control emperor-level experts. This showed how terrifying the puppet race was. However, the puppet race had disappeared for many years, and it was unknown whether they still existed. Some said that the puppet race had been exterminated, and some said that the puppet race was hiding in some mountain range, and some said that the puppet race had moved to the central region. The cannibal race had an ancient, cruel bloodline. They liked to eat their own kind, and their methods were terrifying and cruel. The place where they lived was called the Forbidden Zone for humans. Once someone fell into it, they would be dismembered, and even emperor-level experts would not be able to escape. The cannibal race was just like the puppet race, and they were extremely rare. Few people knew where they lived. These 4 families were the 4 great ancient families of the Southern Wasteland. The first family was the Tang family, an aristocratic family of blacksmiths. The Tang family was famous for their blacksmithing skills. The Tang family had produced a total of 3 spiritual blacksmiths, and they had led the Tang family to prosperity, standing tall in the Southern Wasteland. Most of the profound weapons in the Southern Wasteland came from the Tang family. There was a popular saying in the Southern Wasteland, "Anything from the Tang family must be of high quality." It could be seen how famous the weapons forged by the Tang family were. Although the Tang family had no spiritual blacksmiths, the Tang family's old master was a high-level profound blacksmith, and he was only one step away from becoming the fourth spiritual blacksmith in the Tang family. With this, the Tang family could occupy the first position among the four great families. The second family of the southern wasteland was the Xan family. The Xan family was similar to the Tang family, but the Xan family was an alchemist family. They had been glorious for a time, but unfortunately, their descendants' tenbin of alchemy was limited, and none of them had reached the 5th rank. Although the Xan family had 4 4th-rank alchemists, it was still difficult for them to compete with the Tang family, and they could only settle for 2nd place. The 3rd and 4th families were the Nangong family and the Ouyang family. These two families did not have the advantages of the first two families, but they relied on the mineral veins discovered by their ancestors to mine and sell the mineral materials as their main means of making money, which allowed them to occupy the 3rd and 4th positions. Furthermore, the ancestors of the Nangong family and the Ouyang family were good friends, and the two families had always helped each other through marriage. This was the only way for the two families to survive. Otherwise, they would have been swallowed by the other forces long ago. Other than the 1 sect, 2 alliances, 3 families, and 4 families, there were also countless forces of various sizes. Although they were not as terrifying as the major forces, they were still difficult to deal with. 200 years ago, the Demon Shadow sect, one of the 8 great powers in the southern wasteland, attempted to invade the northwest region. After being surrounded by many sects in the northwest region, they had been holed up for many years. It could be said that they were divided internally and were not united at all. The Beast Alliance guarded their own territory and rarely expanded outwards. Currently, the Deity Alliance was the strongest. Their religion had bewitched many people's hearts. The barbarian race was next in line with the bloodline of strength, and they had won the hearts of the people because of their pure bloodline in the southern wasteland. The puppet race had disappeared for a long time, and the man-eating race was very elusive. In the vast southern wasteland, there was no standard division of regions. All the major forces were suspicious of each other, and it was hard for them to reach a consensus. This caused many places to be filled with roving bandits, robbing caravans, and occupying the mountains. Other than that, the southern wasteland was the most primitive place for spirit beasts to live. It occupied 4/5 of the southern wasteland, and it could be seen how many rare beasts lived there. Many spirit beasts would occasionally appear and attack some villages or tribes. If one wanted to survive in this land, it would be hard to do so without some survival knowledge and some strength. 10,000 years ago, the southern wasteland had a glorious era. At that time, there were no divisions of forces. There were only 4 overlords: the Gu race, the Beast race, the Puppet race, and the Barbarian race. Among these 4 races, the Gu race was the most powerful. The history of the Gu race was much longer than the other 3 races, and they were even more mysterious. It could be said that they had lived in this land since the beginning of the human race. They raised, ate, and controlled Gu for a living. The Gu race was famous for being united, harmonious, and hospitable. However, their way of doing things was somewhat different from ordinary people, making people uncomfortable. Once they couldn't make friends with them, they would turn hostile and become enemies. Their vengeful character was famous for being terrifying. There was once a saying in the southern wasteland, "Rather provoke a beast than offend the Gu race." This showed how terrifying the deterrence of the Gu race was. However, for some reason, the once powerful Gu race was annihilated by the central region's major sects more than 10,000 years ago, destroying their foundation and exterminating their race. From then on, the Gu race disappeared from the southern wasteland. Only a small portion of the Gu race wandered in the northwest, occupying the present Guzhai city to flourish. However, the Gu race there could no longer reproduce the former glory of the Gu race. Now that the Gu race had become history, the Guzhai city they built still existed, but it had become the forbidden land of the southern wasteland. Many people wanted to enter Guzhai city and occupy it, but in the end, they all died inexplicably. Some said that it was because the Gu race's Gu worm king still lived there, and those who were not of the Gu race were all killed. Others said that it was a curse cast by the Gu race. Those who did not belong to the Gu race would die if they forcibly occupied this place. Although the Gu race had disappeared, Guzhai city was still there, and the prestige of the Gu race was still there. Part of the information about the southern wasteland was said by Xian Yao, and the other part was explained by Nangong Lai. The group left the Dragon Sea Pavilion and arrived at the first stop of the southern wasteland, one of the barbarian tribes, the Tai Lei tribe. Chapter 390. After Nangong Lai, Ling Xiao, Xian Yao, and the Demon Lord left the Dragon Sea Pavilion, they immediately set off for the southern wasteland. Due to the fact that the journey to Gu City was extremely far, he had to find a teleportation array in order to shorten the time he took to travel. Otherwise, he would probably waste a lot of time going back and forth, and finding the Heaven Gu Divine technique would probably take an indefinite amount of time. With Nangong Lai, the king of mercenaries, leading the way, Ling Xiao avoided a lot of detours. He knew which path to take to avoid unnecessary troubles and obstacles. Among the four, only Xian Yao was a high-level soul master. Ling Xiao wanted to let the dragon fly with Xian Yao, who knew that the dragon would not let Xian Yao get close, not even Nangong Lai or the Demon Lord. Its personality was not like the purple dragon roar. It had become a real dragon and no one would get close to it. Ling Xiao could do nothing about it. Luckily, Nangong Lai had a rank 5 flaming bird, which carried Xian Yao and the Demon Lord. Just like that, the group set off from the Dragon Sea Pavilion and traveled for 10 days and 10 nights. They left the northwest area and entered the southern wasteland. During these 10 days and 10 nights, the few of them spent their time in the air. Fortunately, each of them had prepared enough dried meat and wine, so they didn't have to waste time looking for food. At the same time, they would concentrate on meditating and cultivating during their free time. However, the dragon and the flaming bird could not afford to travel at such a high speed. They had to stop to rest and recover their energy. Under Nangong Lai's lead, the group arrived at the Tiela tribe of the barbarians to rest. The king of the Tiela tribe was an old friend of Nangong Lai, so Nangong Lai decided to visit him. According to Nangong Lai's introduction, the king of the Tiela tribe was one of the 9 kings of the barbarian tribe. Under his rule, there were more than 10 million barbarians. 90% of them practiced martial arts. Almost everyone knew martial arts. Nangong Lai knew where the center of the Tiela tribe was, so he went there directly. Just as they approached the center of the Tiela tribe, a dozen rank 4 vulture eagles appeared in the sky and blocked their way. "Who are you? How dare you break into the territory of the Tiela tribe?" A tall and muscular man sat on the back of a vulture eagle. He held a mace in his hand and pointed it at Ling Xiao and the other 3 as he shouted. Nangong Lai did not reply. A peculiar golden token appeared in his hand. When the dozens of strong men saw the token, they immediately covered their chests and said something respectfully in the barbarian language. Then they quickly left. Ling Xiao, Xian Yao, and the demon monarch were all confused, not knowing what he was talking about. Nangong Lai explained, "This is the token that King Tai Lei gave me. Seeing the token is like seeing King Tai Lei. They are going to report now, and King Tai Lei will personally come out to welcome us." Sure enough, after a while, the team of vulture eagles reappeared. In the middle of the team, there was a man riding on a 5th-rank golden feathered eagle. The golden feathered eagle is the overlord of the sky. Its pair of eagle eyes are sharp and threatening. The golden light shining from its body is like a bright sun, dazzling people's eyes and making people feel timid. The flame bird was unwilling to be outdone. It let out a series of loud and clear cries, and a scarlet glow appeared around its body as a response. The blue flood dragon, which had its eyes closed, opened its bell-like eyes and let out a dragon roar that shook the heavens and the earth. All the beasts were frightened and submitted. The golden feathered eagle and the blazing bird swayed and looked panicked. If it weren't for the strong suppression from their mounts, they would have been like the vulture eagles and quickly descended to the ground. What a ferocious flood dragon! Big brother Nangong, are you here to challenge me? On the golden feathered eagle, a middle-aged man with a feather band on his head and a golden beast belt around his waist said to Nangong Lai, "This person is Tai Lei King, Tai Zhenyong." He has a bear's waist and a dragon's back. He is tall and mighty. His exposed thick arms have blue veins like coiled snakes. His facial features are imposing, his voice is loud and clear, and his clothes are unique. At a glance, one can see the unique characteristics of the barbarians. Nangong Lai left the flame bird and flew to Tai Jinyong. Tai Jinyong also left the golden feathered eagle, and the two of them gave each other a bear hug in midair. "Good brother, long time no see." The two of them laughed at the same time. Ling Xiao looked at the two of them and guessed that they should be good friends and good brothers for many years. "Brother Yong, this little brother is Ling Xiao, a young talent I met near Nantian City. This rank 6 flood dragon was subdued by him in the Longtao River, and the two of them are his friends." Nangong Lai pointed at Ling Xiao and introduced. When Tai Jinyong's eagle-like eyes fell on Ling Xiao felt as if his whole body was being seen through, and he felt a little flustered. Ling Xiao let out a light breath and cursed in his heart, "F***, I'm not interested in old men." Ling Xiao had always been a person who could be persuaded by reason but not cowed by force. His golden dragon chi rose up, and around him, there were small golden dragons roaring and roaring. "Greetings, King Tai Lei." Ling Xiao sat on the flood dragon and faced Tai Jinyong's oppressive eyes, addressing him in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. "Huh, you are indeed a young man that my big brother Nangong likes. Not bad, not bad. Let's go down to my camp to drink and eat." Tai Jinyong praised Ling Xiao, then took Nangong Lai's hand and flew down. The flame bird flew down with Xian Yao, while the demon emperor flew near Ling Xiao and stayed half a step behind. Ling Xiao let the blue flood dragon curl up around his waist, as if it had become a dragon-shaped belt. It looked very lively and extraordinary. The demon emperor stayed half a step behind Ling Xiao, and the two of them flew down. The houses of the barbarian tribes were different from those of other regions. They didn't care about geography, geomancy, or architectural design. Their houses were all built on the trunks of towering trees, using 1,000-year-old trees as pillars and 1,000-year-old bark as tiles. It was simple and crude, but it didn't lose its natural and primitive feel. As soon as Ling Xiao and the others landed, hundreds of burly young men with golden spears in their hands greeted them in a solemn formation. They all shouted in a barbarian language that Ling Xiao didn't understand. Xian Yao waved his white paper fan and praised, "What an exotic style. It's a different kind of flavor. Why don't you stay here and enjoy yourself? I'll pick you up when I return?" Ling Xiao asked. Xian Yao smiled and asked, "Brother Ling, do you think I'll be a burden to you?" "That's right. You're just a burden right now. I don't know what you can do," Ling Xiao replied. Ling Xiao already understood the situation in the southern wasteland, and he knew that this trip would be filled with danger. He didn't know when he would run into danger, and he was afraid that he wouldn't have time to take care of Xian Yao. Thus, it was better to stop him from traveling. Ling Xiao did this for his own good. Xian Yao deliberately mystified him, saying, "Brother Ling, you have to bring me along on this trip. Only I know where your destiny lies. If Brother Ling thinks that I'm a burden to you, then with your methods, it won't be difficult for me to increase my strength." Ling Xiao smiled bitterly when he saw Xian Yao's insistence, but he didn't say anything else. Ever since Xian Yao could predict that he would have a romantic calamity, Ling Xiao felt that Xian Yao was a bit of a swindler. He thought that Xian Yao might be able to bring him some surprises. However, now that Xian Yao had mentioned it, he thought that it wouldn't be difficult to use pills to help Xian Yao reach the king stage. Ling Xiao was already a genuine rank 4 alchemist. At the same time, he was confident that as long as he could calm down and refine pills, reaching the rank 5 would definitely be a matter of time. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao decided to first let Xian Yao break through to the king stage in the Tai Lei tribe. This would give him the ability to fly, and also give him a better chance of survival. Only then would he not become a burden to him. As he thought about it, Ling Xiao and the others arrived at a rather large house. This house was nearly 100 meters wide and was circular in shape. It was surrounded by 1,000-year-old leaves, making it look like a natural greenhouse. It gave people a feeling of being able to see it. When Ling Xiao and the others entered, they were even more surprised by the magnificent furnishings in the house. The floor was covered with golden tiger skin carpets. Stepping on them gave people an incomparably comfortable and wonderful feeling. The surrounding walls were hung with murals created by great masters, adding a sense of harmony to this place. More than a dozen tables and chairs made of thousand-year-old profound stones were placed with rich spirit fruits and fine wine. Bursts of fragrance assailed one's nostrils, stimulating one's appetite. Right above, there was a golden soft couch that was 3 to 4 meters wide. It was exceptionally noble. Tai Jianyong pulled Nangong Lai straight up to the golden soft couch and sat down. This was enough to show how deep his friendship with Nangong Lai was. Tai Jianyong then pointed to the tables and chairs on his left and right respectively and said, "The three of you, please take a seat. Since you have come here, you are my good friends. In the future, if there is wine to drink and meat to eat together, I will definitely not mistreat my good friends." King Tai Lei is too polite. Ling Xiao and the others replied politely. After that, Tai Jianyong clapped his hands, and a few young barbarian girls rushed in like a flock of fish. They were holding large plates in their hands, on which was freshly roasted beast meat. They placed the plates in front of everyone one by one. At the same time, they removed the previous spirit fruits and wine, and replaced them with new ones. Under Tai Jianyong's enthusiasm, Ling Xiao and the others ate and drank to their heart's content. Ling Xiao was even more infected by Tai Jianyong's heroic spirit and enthusiasm. His impression of the barbarians increased a bit. After drinking for 30 minutes, Tai Jianyong had people arrange a place for Ling Xiao and the others to stay. He and Nangong Lai wanted to sleep on the same bed and seemed to have endless things to talk about. The three of them were arranged to rest in a spacious house with barbarian girls serving them. Because Ling Xiao and Xian Yao were extremely handsome, the barbarian girls secretly looked at them with enchanting gazes. Xian Yao seemed to be very happy about this and allowed the girls beside him to serve him. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was a bit restrained. Although he appeared to be very interested in beautiful women, he was not the type to be picky about any kind of woman. Moreover, he needed a woman who could make him feel emotions. Only then would he be interested in teasing her. After Ling Xiao sent away the girls he was serving, he even chased Xian Yao's 2 girls out. "I say, Brother Ling, since you have a romantic encounter, shouldn't you let your brother enjoy some romantic pleasure?" Xian Yao said unhappily. "I heard from Senior Nangong that the girls here are very chaste. If you dare do anything to them, then you'll have to stay here as a barbarian for the rest of your life." Ling Xiao threatened Xian Yao. However, he had guessed correctly. The barbarian girls were indeed very unyielding. Once they set their minds on something or a man, even 9 bulls would not be able to pull them back. This was no joke. Xian Yao was shocked by Ling Xiao's words. He patted his chest and said, "Can't I even touch your butt? Really?" Ling Xiao snickered and said, "Give me all your good stuff. This master will turn you into a flying oil bottle." Chapter 391. Although Xian Yao had never seen Ling Xiao's alchemy skills, he did not doubt Ling Xiao's ability. Ling Xiao was the holy emperor that he recognized, the emperor that he would assist in his life. Only by following Ling Xiao would he be able to reach higher and further in the sky. Xian Yao placed his collection of spirit grass and beast cores in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was extremely shocked. He did not expect Xian Yao's collection to be so rich. He could not help but wonder, just how many good women did this swindler trick to get so many good things? Xian Yao looked at Ling Xiao's greedy eyes and felt flustered for no reason. "I say, Brother Ling, are these materials enough?" Xian Yao asked. Ling Xiao wiped away the saliva that was about to drip out and said, "What a mess! Who told us to be good brothers? If it's not enough, I'll make it up to you." As Ling Xiao spoke, he waved his hand and put away all the spirit grass and beast cores. Xian Yao became anxious. He grabbed Ling Xiao's hand and said, "I say, brother, this is my collection for most of my life. How can you take it all? Even if you want to refine a high-level pill, you don't need so much, right?" Ling Xiao said in a meaningful tone, "I'm going to refine a top-notch grade 4 pill, and it'll guarantee that you'll be able to advance to the king level. You really don't have enough materials. If it was anyone else who didn't have a double, I definitely wouldn't have helped them refine the pill. I'm paying for it, so if you don't want to advance, I'll give it back to you." After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he acted as if he wanted to return Xian Yao's collection. This? Then you should just accept it. How could Xian Yao be willing to take it back? This was related to his path to the king level, so he could only agree with his heart bleeding. Fortunately, I didn't take out all my money. Otherwise, I would have been sucked dry by this vampire. Xian Yao wiped his sweat in his heart. I think I'd better give it back to you. I really don't want to do this kind of unprofitable business anymore, Ling Xiao said reluctantly. Xian Yao patted Ling Xiao's shoulder, then turned around and left the room. Brother, how can you go back on your words? How about this? Tomorrow, I'll definitely see a medicinal pill that can allow me to advance to the king tier. Otherwise, I won't let you off. He was really afraid that if he stayed any longer, Ling Xiao would really go back on his word. Hey, brother Xian Yao. I've suffered a great loss this time. It's not right if you don't increase the reward or something. Ling Xiao called out from behind. Xian Yao clutched his chest and sprinted out of the house, wailing inwardly, "This is my collection for most of my life. It's gone just like that, and you call it a bonus? Do you still have any humanity left?" When Xian Yao left the house, Ling Xiao covered his face and snickered, I've made a huge profit. Treasures of the light attribute are extremely rare. If I auction them off, they'll fetch twice the price of those of the same tier. Light, dark, wind, and thunder were all rare attributes. Spirit beasts and spirit herbs were also extremely rare. At the same tier, beast cores and spirit herbs could be sold for a much higher price than those of the other 5 elements. Ling Xiao put away his happy smile and a large black cauldron appeared in front of him. Demon Emperor, please guard me. No one is allowed to disturb me tonight. Ling Xiao sent a message to the Demon Emperor outside the door. Then he fed the blue flood dragon a few high-tier water attribute spirit herbs and had it lie down near the door to guard him. Next, he set up a soundproof barrier around himself for 3 meters before preparing to refine the pill. He had to maintain silence while refining. If he failed, a large amount of materials would be wasted. Ling Xiao didn't want to be a wastrel. With the improvement of Ling Xiao's cultivation, he quickly entered the state of emptiness, without any distracting thoughts. A blue flame spread from his palm onto the obsidian cauldron, and the spirit herbs he needed appeared in his space ring. Under the guidance of his mental strength, the spirit herbs flew into the obsidian cauldron in an orderly manner. Wisps of steaming hot air mixed with the blue flame quickly evaporated the spirit grass and extracted its essence. The spirit herbs floating above the cauldron rotated continuously, their essence falling into the cauldron like rain. Refining medicine into rain was a difficult realm that could only be achieved by a king-level 4th grade alchemist. Ling Xiao could do this when he was only a spirit master, but now he could do it effortlessly. His speed of control was also much faster than before. When all the spirit herbs were extracted, Ling Xiao didn't feel tired at all. He knew that this was all because his mental strength had been raised to a level that ordinary king-level alchemists couldn't reach, which was why he seemed so relaxed. 2 hours later, 2 top 4th grade pills shone brightly in the cauldron. Why are there 2 king-entering pills? Ling Xiao looked at the pills condensed in the cauldron in astonishment. As far as he knew, it wasn't strange to produce 10 pills per cauldron for 1st and 2nd grade pills, 2 pills at most for 3rd grade pills, and only 1 pill per cauldron for 4th grade pills and above. Previously, only 1 pill appeared in all the 4th grade pills he refined. Now that there were 2, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. Did I fail? Or is there a difference between light attribute pills? Ling Xiao guessed. At this moment, Obsidian's image appeared above the cauldron. Obsidian, what's going on? Ling Xiao asked. Master, don't be surprised, this is normal. Obsidian replied. What do you mean? Ling Xiao asked again. Any rank of the spirit grass contains the essence between heaven and earth. The energy of the beast elixir is the essence of the spirit beast throughout its life. As long as the master doesn't waste their essence in the refining process, it is not surprising that they can be refined into a few elixirs when they are gathered together. For this small 4th grade elixir, it can be condensed at most 10 at a time. Obsidian responded. That's impossible. Then why can I only make 1 before? Did I waste it when I refined it? Ling Xiao said in disbelief. That's right. It was because Master's realm wasn't high enough, so it's not surprising that you wasted the essence of the spirit herbs. Although I can imprison them in the cauldron, Master can't completely condense them together. So after the pill is formed, a lot of the essence will dissipate because it can't be formed. Obsidian replied. I see. Ling Xiao understood a little. What Obsidian meant was that he couldn't condense all the essences when condensing the pill, causing most of the essence to be lost. Now, with the improvement of his strength and spiritual power, his level of alchemy seemed to be more proficient. His ability to condense them together was much stronger than before. That was why there were 2 pills in one furnace. Knowing this situation, Ling Xiao was much happier. According to his current level, if he wanted to refine a 4th-grade pill for others, he could refine 2 pills with 1 set of spirit herbs. Wouldn't that be an extra pill for himself as a reward? What's more, he had to collect additional rewards. In this case, wouldn't he earn more? Obsidian, you said that this 4th-grade pill can be refined up to 10 pills at one time? Ling Xiao asked again. Obsidian nodded and said, Yes, Master. For the elixirs below the 7th grade, the previous Master can indeed refine at least 10 pills in each furnace. Only the holy elixirs up to the 8th grade are condensed less. After listening to this, Ling Xiao opened his mouth wide and was speechless. Oh my God, what rank of alchemist was the previous Master? Was he really the legendary divine alchemist? Ling Xiao thought in his heart. Obsidian's words sounded again, interrupting Ling Xiao's fantasy. Master, now that you have reached the king level, you can enter the 2nd level of the medicinal cauldron. Do you want to go in and have a look? The 2nd level of the medicinal cauldron? Ling Xiao returned to his senses and responded. Yes, only when Master reaches the king level can you enter the 2nd level. In the future, you can enter the next level every time you advance a big level, Obsidian responded. Ling Xiao suddenly remembered that when he was recognized by the obsidian cauldron, it did mention a related statement. He had been thinking about other things when he entered the king level, so he forgot about it. Does Master want to go in? Obsidian asked again. Of course, I want to go in. Ling Xiao hurriedly went in. He said in his heart, only a fool won't go in. After that, Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness seeped into the obsidian cauldron. Ling Xiao had already seen and used the 1st level of the medicinal cauldron. This was a wide space about the size of a city. It could store both living and dead things. He had already placed many things here, including the 9-headed dragon's body. By the way, Obsidian, can I put a living person in here? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Yes, as long as he is willing to come in, Obsidian responded. Ling Xiao was so shocked by this that he almost fell down. It can really pretend to be a living person. Ling Xiao exclaimed in his heart. The usefulness of this was great. He wanted to take the Ling family out of Meteorite City in the future and let them develop in a more prosperous place. If the whole family moved, there would definitely be a lot of trouble, but the obsidian cauldron had such a characteristic. As long as he put the whole family in it, no matter where he went, it could be brought there. This was much more convenient and less troublesome. Okay, Master, you can enter the 2nd level after crossing this barrier, Obsidian said as he brought Ling Xiao to the barrier of the 1st level. Ling Xiao saw a door-like halo shining in front of him and immediately went in. Aya! Ling Xiao bumped into it, but found that the halo was like a substance, rejecting him outside the door, making him dizzy. Obsidian, what the hell is going on? Ling Xiao touched his head angrily and asked Obsidian. Obsidian showed an embarrassed smile and said, Sorry Master, I forgot to tell you that this barrier requires Master to use the power of the king stage to break it. I didn't expect Master to be so direct and actually hit it with your head. Obsidian really admires you. Ling Xiao almost fainted when he heard this. Why does this damn cauldron's soul act like a living person, daring to tease this young master? Sooner or later, I will teach you a lesson. Ling Xiao cursed in his heart. Then, Ling Xiao began to bombard the spirit formation gate with all his strength. Golden fists that contained boundless power smashed against the spirit formation gate, causing a series of explosions that shook the spirit formation gate. After several tens of punches, cracks gradually appeared on the spirit formation gate. On the 50th punch, a shocking sound finally rang out. The spirit formation gate had finally been broken. Chapter 392. Master's brute force is really amazing. You can even break the barrier like this. Obsidian said with a surprised expression. Damn, is there any other way to break the barrier if not like this? Just now you said to use the power of the king stage to break the barrier. Ling Xiao couldn't help but curse. Alchemists pay attention to the power of controlling fire. In fact, Master can use the power of fire to strike with all his strength. I believe it is enough to break the barrier, Obsidian said. Ling Xiao was completely speechless when he heard this. Damn, why didn't you say so earlier? Ling Xiao cursed. Obsidian showed an aggrieved expression and said, I thought Master understood. Ling Xiao was completely defeated and staggered toward the second floor. When he was about to step into the barrier, he stopped and asked Obsidian, Is there any other explanation? Tell me in detail, I have to beat around the bush again. There should be no more, Obsidian replied. Are you sure? Ling Xiao then stepped into the second floor with relief. As soon as he entered the second floor, Ling Xiao was attracted by a large area of spirit flowers, rare herbs, and rare fruits. Bursts of fragrance came to his nose, and the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth lingered, making people feel refreshed. Ling Xiao quickly rushed in and looked at one of the stone-shaped herbs. This is a mid-tier rank 5 earth stone orchid. Then he looked at another short herb next to it that was as thin as a golden needle, emitting light, and murmured, This is a high-tier rank 5 gold thread. This is a mid-tier rank 5 conch algae. This is a 5 change flower, a high-tier rank 5 spirit flower. Ling Xiao looked at the spirit herbs here while muttering the names of these spirit herbs and spirit flowers. His eyes emitted bursts of colorful light, and then his gaze fell on a tree with 5 gourd-like crystal fruits. 5 colored gourd holy fruit, there is even this? Ling Xiao exclaimed. He had risked his life in the den of beasts to obtain a few of them, but there was a mature holy calabash tree here that had already borne 5 of them. How could he not be surprised? Countless spirit beasts and powerful beings had perished for the sake of this holy fruit. It's already ripe. If I don't pick it now, it'll fall off. I can't waste it. Ling Xiao rubbed his hands and was about to pick the spirit fruit. However, when he came into contact with the spiritual fruits, he could not pluck them. Why is it so hard to pick? That's strange. Ling Xiao mumbled and increased his strength. However, he found that no matter how hard he tried, he could not take them off. Ling Xiao's face darkened. Obsidian, what is going on? Obsidian appeared and asked, Master, what's the matter? Why didn't you pick them? Ling Xiao pointed at the 5-colored gourd holy fruit and asked. Obsidian responded, Master, you don't know that the spirit grass here can only be exchanged but not picked. What does that mean? Ling Xiao asked in confusion. You don't even understand such a simple principle? Obsidian said with slight disdain. Stop talking nonsense and tell me. Ling Xiao's face became more and more unsightly. It means that Master must take out the corresponding level of spirit grass in order to exchange for the spirit grass of the same level here. This is the rule set by the first Master. He said that he can't let the descendants develop the character of reaping without sowing. Obsidian replied. What kind of **T rule is this? Ling Xiao said in a frenzy. Master, are you the kind of person who wants to reap without sowing as the first Master said? Obsidian asked doubtfully. Get the hell out of my way. I'm not that kind of person. I just feel that these holy fruits are ripe, and if I don't pick them, they'll be ruined. That's such a waste. I've always been frugal, and I've always been against waste. I've always cherished the crystallization of flowers and trees. Ling Xiao angrily pounded his chest. Looking at how righteous and indignant he was now, Obsidian was moved by his expression. And he sighed for no reason. I thought Master is the kind of person who wants to reap without sowing like the previous Masters. It seems that Obsidian is wrong. Master, you are as great as the first Master. If that's the case, shouldn't you let me pluck the holy fruit? Ling Xiaohu said with a cunning look in his eyes. Didn't I say that the spirit grass here can only be exchanged but not picked? It has been growing here for more than 10,000 years, and it hasn't been destroyed. The land here is a 6th grade soil, and the aura is also 6th grade. Master can rest assured that as long as you have the same level of spirit grass planted, you can exchange for any spirit grass of the same or lower level, Obsidian responded. After listening to this, Ling Xiao was completely speechless. He could only guard the mountain but couldn't eat it. This kind of pain was really unbearable for ordinary people. Ling Xiao's face was downcast as he walked in another direction. Sure enough, this space was full of rank 5 to 6 spirit grass, among which there were many superb spirit grass that Ling Xiao coveted. Unfortunately, he could only sigh with hope. I don't want to look anymore. I don't want to look anymore. I'm going to have a heart attack from anger. Ling Xiao shook his head and walked out of the 2nd floor. Master, you came out so soon? Obsidian asked. What else can I do if I don't come out? Is there anything to eat in there? Ling Xiao was extremely displeased. The more he looked at Obsidian, the more he disliked him. This guy was really asking for a beating. Master, if you want to use rank 5 spirit grass, it's easy. As long as you plant those low-level spirit grass inside, they can also grow into high-level spirit grass within a few years. By then, Master can use them, Obsidian suggested. That works too. Ling Xiao responded and asked after a pause, Don't tell me I have to replace it with the spirit grass of the same rank? That's not necessary. Because Master planted it, you can use 1 stalk if you plant 2 stalks, 2 stalks if you plant 4 stalks, and so on. Master can also use half of the spirit grass you planted, Obsidian responded. Damn, I lost half of it directly. This is too unfair, but it's barely acceptable, Ling Xiao scolded in a low voice. According to Obsidian, this method was still feasible. After all, the 2nd floor provided high-grade soil and rich aura, which could indeed effectively promote the growth of spirit grass. Some spirit grass with room for growth could evolve inside. When I have time, I will plant a lot of low-level spirit grass here. Won't I not have to worry about finding spirit grass in the future? Thinking of this, Ling Xiao's mood was much better. There were many high-level spirit grass on the 2nd floor. Although he couldn't use them, if he encountered an urgent need in the future, he just needed to find the spirit grass of the same rank to exchange. Ling Xiao had to admire the wonderful design of this function. As long as the obsidian cauldron existed for a day, these spirit grass would not disappear. If future generations needed spirit grass, they would also have it here as long as they provided the corresponding spirit grass in exchange. By repeating this, no matter how many years had passed, the spirit grass in this cauldron would not dry up. In addition, he could plant spirit grass here, so it would only increase and not decrease. Ling Xiao also had to admire the vision of the first master. It was really not something that ordinary people could see so thoroughly and deeply. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had a lot of collection now. There were not many rank 5 spirit grass, but there were not a few either. He decided to exchange all the spirit grass that he didn't need and had little value. He basically didn't have many rank 6 spirit grass in his hands, so of course, there was no way to exchange. He could only look and sigh for the time being. After Ling Xiao left the cauldron, Obsidian said again, Master, don't put me in those low-level utensils in the future. It makes me very uncomfortable. Low-level utensils? Ling Xiao was stunned. It's the gadget you wear on your finger. Obsidian said. Ling Xiao looked at his finger and knew that Obsidian was talking about the space ring. If I don't put you here, am I supposed to carry you all over the mountain? Ling Xiao said angrily. Actually, it's fine if you want me to become like it. Besides, my storage space is many times larger than it. I should be the one to store it. Obsidian said with some resentment. Ling Xiao's face twitched. Since you can become like it, why didn't you do it earlier? He really had nowhere to vent his anger at this damned cauldron's soul tonight. That's because you didn't ask, Master. Obsidian felt wronged. Stop talking nonsense, quickly become like it for me. Ling Xiao shouted. I can't do it myself. Obsidian said. Then what did you just say? Ling Xiao shouted at Obsidian. If Obsidian was really a human, he would have been shocked to death by Ling Xiao's roar. This requires master's cooperation. I can only change if you imagine me to look like it. Obsidian said with grievance. Ling Xiao was too lazy to say anything more. He imagined the obsidian cauldron to look like a space ring. Sure enough, the obsidian cauldron could really change. Ling Xiao was overjoyed. Then he imagined the obsidian cauldron to look like a giant sword. Unfortunately, the obsidian cauldron did not move for a long time. Hey, why aren't you changing? Ling Xiao shouted unhappily. Of course I can't change. I can only change into two shapes. One is the original cauldron shape, and the other is this ring shape. Obsidian spread his hands. My God! I thought you were a 100 transformations artifact, but it turns out you're just like that. Ling Xiao was very angry and pointed his middle finger at Obsidian. After going around in circles, he realized he really had no use for this cauldron's soul. Fortunately, he didn't need to wear a space ring in the future. He could just carry the obsidian cauldron with him. He could refine pills, store things, and use it as a mysterious weapon when necessary. Ling Xiao transformed the obsidian cauldron into the shape of a cauldron. He planned to refine pills again. Just now, he was refining the king pill for Xian Yao. Now, he was refining the soul-nourishing pill and the vitality pill for himself and the demon emperor. The soul-mending pill was a pill refined with the 5th order spirit grass soul grass from Zhaoshuren's space ring as the main ingredient. The vitality pill was refined with the soul-nourishing grass he had obtained from the Dong family's auction. Both of these pills could greatly repair and strengthen one's knowledge, si, and soul. They were 5th grade pills. Even though it was just an ordinary 5th grade medicinal pill, Ling Xiao had never refined such a high-grade medicinal pill before, so he was still quite cautious. Fortunately, he had obtained many light attribute spirit herbs and 5th grade beast cores from Xian Yao. Many of these spirit herbs and beast cores could be used to help refine these two pills. Light and water attribute spirit herbs had extremely strong healing effects, even when it came to repairing one's soul. With everything ready, Ling Xiao once again threw himself into the arduous process of refining pills. Chapter 393. The night was filled with sparse stars, and the beautiful moon shrunk. At the peak of a towering mountain range, two figures stood tall and straight like ghosts in the night. Big brother Nangong, why are you traveling with a few juniors? Could it be that this is your mission? The two tall and majestic figures were Tai Jinyong and Nangong Lai, and the one who spoke was Tai Jinyong. Nangong Lai replied, I won't accept such a boring escort mission. I'm just a little interested in one of the juniors. Oh, which young man riding on a flood dragon? Tai Jinyong was slightly surprised. Nangong Lai nodded and said, that's right, to use a high-rank 6-spirit beast as a mount, this is not an ordinary person. I don't believe that he subdued it under the Dragon Wave River. He doesn't have that ability. So what? In the end, he's just a young man. Do you want to take him into the raging flame and nurture him? Tai Jinyong was puzzled. I want to, but he can even reject that old man Gu Ba. I don't think I have the qualifications to take him under my banner, Nangong Lai replied, then continued, I'm just curious why he wants to go to Gu City. After all, the Gu clan has disappeared for 10,000 years, and Gu City has also become a forbidden area. I don't think he's going to Gu City just to die out of curiosity. That young man actually wants to go to Gu City? He's really going to die, Tai Jinyong said with an exaggerated expression. Although Gu City had been in decline for many years and had become a ruined city, it was unknown how many people wanted to occupy it and establish a king. After all, it was once the #1 city in the southern wasteland, and it had a glory that could not be compared to later generations. However, it was now difficult for anyone to take even half a step into Gu City, or else they would only be able to enter and not leave. There was once a powerful rogue Earth Emperor who did not believe in this evil and charged into Gu City alone. In less than 3 days, his companions saw that his jade tube of life had already become dim, and they knew that the rogue Earth Emperor had already died in Gu City. At this point, no one dared to take even half a step closer to Gu City. The mystery of Gu City's forbidden area had existed for tens of thousands of years. No one could figure out what was going on. All kinds of rumors were flying around. That's exactly what I don't understand. It's a dead end, so why would he go to die? Nangong Lai sighed softly and then guessed. Originally, I suspected that he was a descendant of the venomous insect clan, but from his words and actions, it's impossible. The venomous insect clan has always raised venomous insects as beasts, so how could they have other mounts? So I guess he might have already known some way to survive in Goose City, so he came to investigate. I think this is more likely. Even so what? Could it be that Big Brother Nangong wants to enter the city with them? That's right. No one has been able to solve this mystery for 10,000 years. Nangong Lai, want to go in and give it a try. Nangong Lai's eyes were filled with determination. Big Brother Nangong, this is just one of your guesses. What if that young man doesn't know any way to survive? Then wouldn't you die with them? It's too risky, I don't agree. Tai Jinyong objected. Brother Yong, you can rest assured that I know when to advance and when to retreat. However, the mission I accepted 15 years ago is one that I haven't been able to complete in my life. I don't feel good about it. In the future, it will become an obstacle for me to advance to the venerable realm. Nangong Lai sighed. You mean you accepted the mission that alarmed the southern wasteland 15 years ago and offered a sky-high reward for finding the venomous insect clan's heavenly insect magic? Tai Jinyong's eyes revealed a look of horror. Nangong Lai nodded and said, Yes, I accepted it. In the past 15 years, I have traveled all over the southern wasteland but found nothing. I think it must still be in Goose City, or it has long been lost. 15 years ago, there was an amazing anonymous mission in the Southern Wasteland Mercenary Organization. Whoever could find the venomous insect magic would receive 5 million high-grade mysterious crystals. There was no time limit. As long as they could find it, they could get the mysterious crystals at any time. This mission shocked the Southern Wasteland at that time. Such a large bounty was simply rarely seen in 1,000 years. These 5 million upper-grade mysterious crystals were worth more than several small low-grade crystal mines. In the Southern Wasteland, there was no force that could take out such a large amount. Perhaps only a few great forces combined their resources would have such a possibility. At that time, Nangong Lai, who was the #1 mercenary emperor, accepted this mission without hesitation. Unfortunately, 15 years had passed, but there were no traces of it. The only place that he felt that it might exist was the Goose City that he had yet to find, but he did not dare to casually step into it. Now that he had coincidentally met Ling Xiao, who actually wanted to enter the Goose City, Nangong Lai had the idea of going in together. Of course, he would not joke around with his own life. He had to understand if Ling Xiao had enough confidence to enter and exit, otherwise he would not take the risk. Just as the two of them were talking, an earth-shattering explosion shook the sky. The expressions of the two of them changed. Tai Jinyong said, "Could it be that a spirit beast has attacked?" Having said that, he took the lead and flew towards his tribe, with Nangong Lai quickly following behind him. At this time, the house that Ling Xiao and the others were resting in was blown to smithereens. Many giant trees in the surrounding area were also destroyed by the explosion. The people in the nearby houses were so frightened that they fled from their beds. The experts of the Tiela tribe immediately surrounded the area. They all stared at the destroyed area with indescribable expressions, and their expressions were extremely solemn. They all knew that this was the resting place of the Tiela tribe's distinguished guests. If something were to happen to them in their territory, they would be too ashamed to show their faces. Xian Yao popped out of nowhere and looked at the house that Ling Xiao was staying in. He was tongue-tied. What the hell is this guy doing? Could it be that refining pills can kill people? Whoosh whoosh. Two silhouettes quickly descended. The Tiela tribe's subordinates immediately saluted Tai Jinyong. They were speaking in the barbarian language, but no one knew what they were saying. Tai Jinyong said to Xian Yao, "They said that the explosion happened for no reason." Xian Yao laughed awkwardly. "Maybe my brother was concocting pills inside and exploded while he was concocting. Seniors, you two should know that concocting pills is very dangerous. I've already advised him not to play this dangerous game as much as possible, so I apologize on behalf of that dead brother." Tai Jinyong and Nangong Lai were both astonished. Nangong Lai asked, "Is little brother Ling also an alchemist?" He should be an unranked alchemist. Master Guba wanted to take him as a disciple, but my brother refused and insisted on exploring on his own. Now it's all good, Xian Yao replied. Nangong Lai laughed lightly. I wonder what grade of pill little brother Ling refined for it to cause such a huge commotion. Next, waves of fragrant pill fragrance wafted out from the destroyed house. The surrounding people were all attracted by the fragrance and salivated. Xian Yao wiped his mouth and said, "How fragrant, I really want to eat it." What kind of pill is this? It actually made me want to devour it. Tai Jinyong sniffed and said in surprise. Nangong Lai also revealed a strange expression. He guessed, a 3rd or 4th grade pill would not have such a strong medicinal effect. This is the smell of a pill fragrance. Could it be a 5th grade pill? Elixirs were divided into 10 grades. 1st and 2nd level elixirs could only be considered as unranked elixirs. 3rd level elixirs could be considered as grade elixirs. Their medicinal properties were already worthy of the title of miracle elixir. 4th level elixirs were a level higher. Their medicinal properties would definitely be richer and their medicinal effects would be more prominent. The higher the grade of elixir, the more extraordinary it would be. Only 5th grade pills and above would begin to emit pill fragrance. This pill fragrance did not only refer to the pill's medicinal smell, but also a smell that would strongly attract humans and spirit beasts. Looking at everyone's expression, Nangong Lai guessed that this could be the pill fragrance of a 5th grade pill. While everyone was still confused, the pill fragrance stopped. 2 silhouettes walked out from the ruins. It was Ling Xiao, who had been concocting pills the entire time. The Demon Emperor was also following behind him by half a step. At this moment, Ling Xiao was in an extremely sorry state. His black hair was in a mess, and the clothes on his upper body were torn in many places, revealing a lot of muscles that were as white as a young girl's. The Demon Emperor's clothes were also somewhat damaged, but they were still in good condition. As soon as Ling Xiao appeared, he immediately scratched the back of his head and laughed dryly. "I'm really sorry for disturbing everyone's beautiful dreams. Ling Xiao is truly ashamed." When Tai Jinyong saw Ling Xiao appear, he waved his hand at his subordinates, telling them to leave. "I say, brother, don't play such a dangerous game if you have nothing to do. I don't want to see a black-haired person die." Xian Yao looked at the current Ling Xiao and joked. Ling Xiao pretended to kick Xian Yao and said, "Scram to the side." Nangong Lai laughed and said, "I didn't expect little brother Ling to be a master alchemist. I'm really disrespectful." Tai Jinyong said enthusiastically from the side, "Not bad, little brother is a real person. To have such a high level of alchemy at such a young age, it's truly worthy of celebration." Ling Xiao was a little embarrassed and said, "Seniors, you're too kind. Can you let me freshen up before you question me? I can't see anyone like this." Ling Xiao was regretful in his heart. He had thought that he could rely on the restrictions he had set up to restrain the effects of the furnace explosion. However, he had never thought that the energy produced by the condensing of the 5th grade pill would be so great. Not only did it destroy the restrictions he had set up, it almost took his life. If it wasn't for the fact that he cultivated the ancient emperor's divine arts and had a body of iron skin and copper muscles, he would have already gone to see the king of hell. Tai Jinyong ordered his servants to change Ling Xiao's residence and also ordered his servants to help Ling Xiao bathe and change his clothes. By the time Ling Xiao reappeared in Tai Jinyong's tent, it was already early in the morning. At this time, there were no longer the few of them in the tent. There were also a few middle-aged barbarians and 2 beautiful women. When Ling Xiao walked in, he became the focus of everyone's attention. Ling Xiao knew that his identity as an alchemist could no longer be concealed. He was afraid that it would attract a lot of hard labor and delay his time. However, since things had already come to this, he could only hurry up and get out of here. "Master Ling, come, please have a seat," Tai Jinyong said. At this time, the way he addressed Ling Xiao had already changed, and the enthusiasm on his face was even stronger than yesterday. Nangong Lai looked at Ling Xiao with even more satisfaction. King Tai Lei, there's no need to be so polite. Just call me Ling Xiao. I'm not some master, Ling Xiao said modestly. Chapter 394. The Tai Lei tribe was one of the 9 great tribes of the barbarian race, and there was no lack of experts under their command. In the tent of the Tai Lei king, there were 7 or 8 middle-aged and elderly people, all of whom were at least at the high level of the king level. 2 of them were even at the emperor level. Sitting on the left and right of the Tai Lei king were 2 beautiful women. They were both dressed in gold and silver, with many ornaments on their hands. Their clothing was quite strange, and they had the flavor of a foreign tribe. These 2 women were the relatives of the Tai Lei king. The elegant middle-aged woman was his concubine, and the young woman in her early 20s was his daughter, Tai Leining. Ling Xiao really didn't understand why the Tai Lei king had gathered so many people here. Was it because of his identity as an alchemist that it was so grand? Grandmaster Ling, there is no need to be modest. Right? May I ask what grade of pill Grandmaster Ling was refining last night to cause such a commotion? Tai Jianyong asked. I was just lucky enough to refine a 5th grade pill. I didn't expect it to cause such a commotion. Ling Xiao is very ashamed, but the Tai Lei king can rest assured that I will compensate for your losses. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before replying. He had originally thought of hiding his true alchemist rank, but he knew that the most important thing when treating barbarian friends was sincerity. Otherwise, if they found out that he had deceived them, they would definitely turn against him. It really is a 5th grade pill. Tai Jianyong and Nangong Lai immediately stood up in excitement after hearing Ling Xiao's confirmation. The other barbarians also revealed looks of shock, and their eyes were filled with doubt. They were all thinking, when did it become so easy for an alchemist to advance a grade? Wasn't it said that advancing a grade for an alchemist was more difficult than advancing a grade in cultivation? No matter how one looked at this young man in front of them, he was only 20 years old. How could he be a 5th grade alchemist? Xian Yao, who was sitting to the side, glanced at Ling Xiao with pleasant surprise before regaining his calm. Behind Ling Xiao, the old demon emperor's eyes revealed a trace of astonishment that was difficult for others to detect. Nangong Lai asked, "What pill did Grandmaster Ling refine?" He only asked this to confirm Ling Xiao's identity. A small bottle appeared in Ling Xiao's hand. Inside the bottle was a sparkling and translucent pill. He replied, "It's just an ordinary soul-replenishing pill. It's really difficult to enter the Grand Hall. I've made a fool of myself." Ling Xiao opened the bottle cap, and a fragrant medicinal scent filled the entire tent. Everyone revealed a covetous expression. Even the 2 beauties sitting next to King Tiela couldn't help but lose their composure. Behind Ling Xiao, the demon emperor almost couldn't help but snatch the pill. This was a soul-mending pill that was extremely beneficial to him. As long as he consumed this pill, his soul would recover a step further. It was extremely crucial for his future recovery. After Ling Xiao put away the pills, everyone reluctantly withdrew their gazes. King Tiela walked down from his throne and arrived in front of Ling Xiao. He cupped his hands towards Ling Xiao and sincerely said, "I implore Grandmaster Ling to help my Tiela tribe. I, Tai Jianyong, will be extremely grateful." "King Tiela, what do you mean?" Ling Xiao said in a panic. He exclaimed in his heart, "Trouble is still coming. What a headache. My tribe lives by hunting spirit beasts all year round. Although our warriors are brave, they are still lacking when compared to the spirit beasts. Losing our lives and getting injured is a common occurrence. Giving our warriors pills is a necessary preparation. However, our tribe is famous for cultivating strength, and very few of us know how to refine pills. Thus, every year, our tribe has to purchase pills from the outer city. It's a pity that the pills we purchase each time are pitifully small, and the cost is extremely high. It's simply not enough to satisfy our tribe's needs. Especially this year, our remaining healing pills are nearly exhausted. Thus, I implore Grandmaster Ling to refine a batch of healing pills for our tribe. I, Tai Jianyong, represent the Tiela tribe to become Grandmaster Ling's most loyal friend." Tai Jianyong held his chest as he spoke with extreme sincerity. Several middle-aged and elderly people in the tent stood up and bowed towards Ling Xiao. I implore Grandmaster Ling to help my Tiela tribe. King Tiela, there's no need for this. I, Ling Xiao, do not deserve such a bow from you. I am merely a nobody. Ling Xiao quickly helped Tai Jinyong up. Tai Jinyong's head was still lowered. I implore Grandmaster Ling to help my people. As long as Grandmaster Ling is willing to help, I, Tai Jinyong, can agree to any of your conditions, even if you want my daughter to be your wife or concubine. The barbarians basically didn't know how to refine pills. When they were injured, they would use the most primitive methods of bandaging and using spirit herbs to heal. However, these two methods of healing were far inferior to the medicinal efficacy of medicinal pills. Therefore, what the barbarians needed the most were pills, a large number of pills. As long as they had the guarantee of healing their wounds, they would have a higher chance of survival when they fought against the spiritual beasts. This was also the reason why King Tiela was willing to lower his status to Ling Xiao. King Tiela, there's no need for this. I still have important matters to attend to in Gu City, so I really can't split myself. Ling Xiao tactfully declined. Before King Tiela could speak, Tai Laining walked down. The gold and silver accessories on her body gave off a tinkling sound. Her delicate face was like a flower, her almond eyes were like water, her waist was like a willow, her breasts were plump, and her butt was perky. Her appearance and figure were flawless. She said to Ling Xiao in the common language, Master, Grandmaster Ling, do you think I'm pretty? Ling Xiao didn't even think about it. Princess, you look like a fairy, of course you're pretty. In fact, Ling Xiao didn't even need to look at it to memorize these respectful words by heart. As long as you agree to my father's request, I'll be yours, Tai Laining said with a resolute expression. At this moment, Xian Yao hurriedly said, Princess, there's no need to beg him, just tell me. The corner of Ling Xiao's eye twitched. He glared at Xian Yao, only to find that he didn't pay any attention to him. Instead, he was looking at Tai Laining with infatuation. Ling Xiao sighed inwardly, this is bad, I'm going to be sold by this guy. Tai Laining looked at Xian Yao and asked, do you know how to refine pills? I don't, Xian Yao answered honestly. Then what's the point of me telling you? Tai Laining said indifferently. If you tell me, I can have him refine pills for you. In this way, you don't have to wrong yourself to be with this promiscuous playboy, Xian Yao said quite righteously. Hey, what are you trying to do? I'm in a hurry, Ling Xiao said to Xian Yao through his secret ear. Xian Yao replied, help me out, my happiness depends on you. If I miss out on her, I'll be a bachelor for the rest of my life. When Ling Xiao heard this, he slapped his forehead. He had been defeated by Xian Yao. Tai Laining looked at Xian Yao for a moment before looking back at Ling Xiao. Is he speaking the truth? Ling Xiao didn't respond to Tai Laining and instead asked Tai Jinyong, how many pills do you need, King Tiela? What grade do you need? Tiela King was overjoyed and immediately replied, of course, the more the better. Grade doesn't matter, we'll be satisfied with grade 1, 2, or even 3, as long as they can heal. Alright, seeing how sincere you are, I, Ling Xiao, am not a friend if I continue to refuse. I'll refine pills for you for 3 days, after which I must leave. What do you think, King Tiela? Ling Xiao said decisively. The reason he had spoken to Tiela King first was because he was afraid that Xian Yao would be too greedy and waste his time. Isn't 3 days a bit too short? Tiela King revealed an awkward expression. Although they didn't understand alchemy, they had a rough understanding of it. Refining pills was an extremely complicated process, and each furnace required a lot of time. He was worried about how many pills Ling Xiao would be able to refine in 3 days. King Tiela, you don't need to worry. In 3 days, I can give you no less than 5,000 healing pills below the 3rd grade. However, you must prepare your own materials, promised Ling Xiao. 5,000. Everyone cried out in shock. Refining 5,000 low-tier medicinal pills in 3 days, this was simply too unbelievable. Even if he refined non-stop, refining a few hundred pills would already be pretty good. For a moment, everyone cast doubtful gazes at Ling Xiao. If King Tiela doesn't believe me, then I'll leave right now, said Ling Xiao. The only reason he dared to make such a promise was because he was prepared to work for 3 days and 3 nights straight. Of course, this wasn't the only reason he could refine so many pills. Last night, he was able to refine 2 4th-grade pills in one furnace. Obsidian had told him that it was because his realm had increased and his control over energy had become better. This reduced the loss of medicinal essence, allowing him to refine even more pills. Normally, refining 1st and 2nd-grade pills would only produce 10 pills per furnace. With his current ability, he should be able to refine even more. Perhaps it wouldn't be strange for him to refine 10 or even 20 pills per furnace. Therefore, he felt that refining 5,000 low-grade pills in 3 days and 3 nights shouldn't be impossible. Grandmaster Ling is too serious. I'll immediately gather my subordinates to provide the materials, replied Tiela King. He then added, "What other requests does Grandmaster Ling have? Please state them all. If my Tiela tribe can do it, we will definitely complete it in the shortest time possible. Just prepare the materials for me. Also, help me find a secluded place where I won't be disturbed for 3 days, replied Ling Xiao. That won't be a problem. I'll have the 4 royal guards protect you, replied Tiela King. Next, Tiela King arranged for a newly excavated cave for Ling Xiao to use as an alchemy room. He also placed a dozen millennium luminous pearls in the room for illumination. He then sent people to deliver a large amount of spirit herbs and beast pills, including some high-grade spirit herbs. These spirit grasses dazzled Ling Xiao's eyes. He didn't expect Tiela King to be so forthright and trust him so much. These materials weren't just enough to refine 5,000 pills. Even if he wanted to refine 50,000 pills, it would be enough. In truth, Ling Xiao didn't know that there were many majestic mountains in the southern wasteland. The barbarians also lived in these mountains. Hunting spirit beasts and harvesting spirit herbs was a common activity for them. Therefore, it wasn't strange for the Tiela tribe to provide such a large amount of spirit herbs and beast pills. Moreover, Tiela King also knew that it was difficult to make mistakes during alchemy, so he prepared a few more just in case. This time, it could be said that Ling Xiao was on his level. These low-grade spirit herbs weren't very valuable in his eyes, but with the help of the 2nd layer of the obsidian cauldron, he could plant the extra ones and enjoy a large amount of high-grade spirit herbs in the future. Chapter 395. In a spacious cave, Ling Xiao sat cross-legged on the ground, his palms constantly sending out strong and enchanting blue flames. The blue flames burned on a large black cauldron, and wisps of scorching mist evaporated the spiritual herbs floating above the cauldron, extracting their medicinal essence. Those spiritual herbs withered rapidly, and their essence fell into the cauldron like crystal rainwater. As Ling Xiao's palms moved faster, the spiritual herbs disappeared faster. When a batch of hundreds of spiritual herbs was completely extracted, another hundreds of spiritual herbs flew into Ling Xiao's interspatial ring. These spiritual herbs seemed to be carried by an invisible hand and flew toward the cauldron. This was the traction made by Ling Xiao using his supreme spiritual force. His spiritual force could control boulders weighing thousands of kilograms at most, so it was really effortless for him to control these spiritual herbs that were as light as air. The obsidian cauldron also had the function of magnifying, and according to the cauldron's soul, to refine these low-grade pills, he could directly extract all the spiritual herbs from dozens of furnaces and then condense them all at once. There was no need to condense them one by one. Ling Xiao believed the cauldron soul's suggestion. After all, he only wanted to refine some low-grade healing pills that were not graded and did not need to distinguish any attributes. In that case, he could certainly do as the cauldron soul suggested and throw in dozens of furnaces of the same medicinal herbs to condense them again. He believed that there would be no problem. The cauldron's soul must have tried it before, and Ling Xiao was now just following the path of his predecessors. For 3 days and 3 nights, Ling Xiao refined pills without sleep or rest. Fortunately, he was refining low-grade pills, and he was now at the low-grade king stage, and his spiritual force was not what it used to be, so he endured the hardship. When Ling Xiao came out of seclusion, the entrance of the cave was already full of people from the Tiela tribe. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao expectantly, And Tai Jinyong even took a few steps forward and asked nervously, "How was it, Master Ling?" Ling Xiao nodded and said, "Fortunately, I did not fail." "Really? That's great." Tai Jinyong excitedly shook Ling Xiao's hand. "Your Majesty, you should let Master Ling take a bath and rest first," the princess beside Tai Jinyong said. Tai Jinyong said happily, Yes, Master Ling, please go and rest first. In the afternoon, we will host a banquet to welcome Master Ling's great hospitality." Ling Xiao didn't say anything more. In fact, he really didn't feel that it was very hard for him to refine pills for 3 days and 3 nights. Instead, he felt that his mental strength had increased a lot. However, he still didn't like the sticky feeling all over his body, so he decided to take a shower and relax first. In the afternoon, the Tai Lu tribe celebrated. All the barbarians of the Tai Lei tribe slaughtered the beasts and roasted the meat. They sang and danced as they gathered together. The barbarians were united and friendly. This was the spirit of their race. Ling Xiao was sitting on the left side of Tai Jinyong, while Nangong Lai was sitting on the right side. It could be seen how much Tai Jinyong valued Ling Xiao. Before this, the amount that Ling Xiao had given Tai Jinyong wasn't 5,000 pills, but more than 8,000. This made Tai Jinyong and the people of the Tai Lu tribe unable to close their mouths. At the same time, their gazes towards Ling Xiao were filled with friendliness and gratitude. At the beginning, they really didn't believe that Ling Xiao could refine 5,000 pills. Even if he could refine 3,000 pills, it would be pretty good. But who would have thought that Ling Xiao would once again exceed their expectations? Although these were low-grade pills, to the warriors of their tribe, it meant that there would be fewer casualties this year. It also gave them enough time to purchase pills from all over the place. This would solve the problem of maintaining the supply of pills in the tribe. Ling Xiao's act of righteousness was enough for the Tai Lu tribe to treat him as their benefactor. Ling Xiao had been brought here by Nangong Lai. Although Nangong Lai's relationship with Tai Jinyong wasn't ordinary, Nangong Lai still felt very proud. One by one, the people of the Tai Lu tribe toasted Ling Xiao. Even Tai Jinyong raised his fist. Ling Xiao didn't refuse any of them. Although he wasn't addicted to alcohol, his alcohol tolerance wasn't bad. The wine of the barbarian tribe was quite spicy and refreshing. "Come, Grandmaster Ling, on behalf of the warriors of the Tai Lu tribe, I thank you for refining pills." Tai Jinyong raised his bowl towards Ling Xiao. "King Tai Lu is too polite. I was just passing by your precious land and received your warm hospitality." "Ling Xiao is very grateful," Ling Xiao replied. He had always followed the principle that if others respected him, he would respect them tenfold. The two of them emptied their bowls of wine. "Good, Grandmaster Ling is not only a good person, but also a straightforward drinker. Tai Meng will also give you a toast." A middle-aged man sitting not far from Ling Xiao raised his cup. "Lord Meng is flattering me. It's your wine that's too refreshing. I can't help but drink a few more cups. Come, let me give you a toast." Ling Xiao drank happily and returned the toast. He once again drank the wine in his bowl that had just been filled. All the people of the Tai Lu tribe were very happy to see Ling Xiao drink so much. Apart from competing in strength, the barbarians couldn't be weak when it came to alcohol. Ling Xiao didn't know how many cups he had drunk with the crowd. His handsome face was flushed red. The young girls who were dancing sexily threw flirtatious glances at Ling Xiao. Their eyes were full of desire. Xian Yao didn't drink as much as Ling Xiao, but in order to woo Tai Leining, he drank 3 jars of wine with Tai Leining. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore and collapsed. "Useless man, you only drank a little and you've already collapsed?" Tai Leining kicked Xian Yao and said with dissatisfaction. Then, she carried a jar of wine to Ling Xiao and said, "Grandmaster Ling, this little girl will also give you a toast." After saying that, she lifted the jar and directly poured the wine into her mouth. The wine that splashed out dripped on her towering breasts, causing Ling Xiao to stare blankly. A ball of fire quickly rose in his heart. "Damn, I can't take advantage of my friend's wife." Ling Xiao cursed in his heart. He picked up a jar of wine and also drank it heroically. Seeing this, the bystanders applauded. Then, The two of them drank 5 jars of wine in a row and still didn't collapse. The bystanders were stunned. This wine was the barbarian race's special wine. It was spicy and refreshing, but it wasn't something an ordinary person could handle. Even a king-level warrior wouldn't collapse after drinking 3 jars of wine in a row. Tai Lanying was famous in the Tai Lei tribe for being able to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. But Ling Xiao was actually able to drink on par with her. This was what they admired about him. Come, this young master doesn't believe that I can't drink more than you, little girl. Ling Xiao was already 70% drunk. He brought out another jar of wine and said to Tai Lanying. How could Tai Lanying not be at her limit? But she was stubborn and continued to hold the jar of wine against Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, she had just picked up the jar when she passed out. She was still muttering, "Drink, it's all gone." Ling Xiao also drank a few mouthfuls and passed out. The next morning, when Ling Xiao woke up, he found himself holding a soft body in his arms. Ling Xiao instantly sobered up. He looked into his arms and found 2 naked girls lying on his chest. Their breathing was very smooth and they were sleeping soundly. Their healthy and glossy skin was so soft and smooth. The 2 soft lumps on their chests made him feel very comfortable. Their lithe and graceful bodies were indescribably sexy. What's going on? Ling Xiao let out a sigh of relief when he saw that Tai Lanying wasn't among the 2 women, but he couldn't remember what had happened last night. Just as Ling Xiao was trying to figure out what was going on, that majestic thing suddenly stood up. One of the girls sensed Ling Xiao's movement and opened her beautiful eyes to look at Ling Xiao, who still had his eyes closed. Her delicate hand reached out to grab that majestic thing. Ling Xiao secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. His whole body was in the most excited state. Then he only felt that his majestic thing was wrapped in a moist stream. A series of low groans gradually rang out. Another girl was awakened and joined the battle circle. Ling Xiao could no longer pretend to be a saint. He turned into a beast. After a long time, Ling Xiao calmed down. He looked at the 2 beautiful girls and asked, "What the hell is going on?" After the pleasure, Ling Xiao didn't feel happy. He was worried that it would be a trick, because he knew that barbarian women were very chaste. Once he provoked them, it would be difficult to get away. The 2 girls saw Ling Xiao's serious face. Their expression became anxious. They quickly explained something to Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, no matter what they said, Ling Xiao couldn't understand a word. Damn, what kind of bird language is this? I'll go ask myself. Ling Xiao cursed and strode out of the room. Demon Emperor, what's going on? Ling Xiao asked the Demon Emperor who was guarding the door. The Demon Emperor was stunned. Young master, what happened? You don't know? Ling Xiao asked with a gloomy face. The Demon Emperor looked into the room and replied, "Those are the maids that the king of Tai Lei gave to young master. Last night, young master drank too much, so..." When Ling Xiao heard this, he fiercely slapped his forehead. Damn it, what do I do? Young master, there's no need to worry. They're maids that the king of Tai Lei has given you, so they already know their fates. Moreover, they're willing to do this, so they probably won't hold you accountable. Even the king of Tai Lei won't threaten you. Let's hope so. Ling Xiao sighed, then thought to himself, I must leave today. At this time, a barbarian walked over and respectfully said to Ling Xiao, Grandmaster Ling, the king invites you. Ling Xiao nodded. He didn't immediately leave with the barbarian. Instead, he returned to the room. Ling Xiao took out 2 spirit breakthrough pills and 2 large sparkling pearls and handed them to the 2 girls. The 2 girls were both high-level mystic cultivators. They were probably the best at cultivating tenbin in the Tai Lei tribe. It was unknown if the king of Tai Lei did this intentionally or not, but Ling Xiao felt the need to compensate them. Although he felt guilty, he didn't know what was going on. Naturally, he wasn't stupid enough to take responsibility for them. These 2 are spirit breakthrough pills. They can help you become spirit masters. The other 2 pearls can help you maintain your youthful appearance. Consider it my compensation. I still have important things to do. Ling Xiao didn't care if the 2 girls understood or not. He stuffed the pills and pearls into their hands and strode out of the room. Chapter 396. When they arrived at the Tai Le King's tent, Tai Jinyong and the princess sat at the top while Nangong Lai sat at the bottom. He had been waiting for a long time. Tai Jinyong greeted him with a face full of smiles, then went straight to the point. Master Ling, you are a noble of my clan, and you have helped my clan so much. This king has prepared a small gift. I hope Master Ling will accept it. After Tai Jinyong finished speaking, he clapped his hands and a few maids walked up with a few trays. Tai Jinyong removed the red towels from the trays one by one. On the first tray was a pile of neatly stacked mysterious crystals. The mysterious crystals were very big, and each piece emitted waves of pure energy. These were high-grade mysterious crystals, and from the looks of it, there were about 500 of them, which was equivalent to 5 million low-grade mysterious crystals. On the second tray was a spirit grass. This spirit grass exuded a strong fire-attributed aura. Its scarlet stem was sparkling, and its flame-like leaves were extremely peculiar. This was a high-grade 5th-grade flame grass. For any fire-attributed warrior, it was a top-grade spirit grass. It was extremely precious and rare, comparable to a low-grade 6th-grade spirit grass. On the third tray was another spirit grass. This spirit grass was like a dancing golden spirit snake, as if it was alive. It gave people the impression that they were looking at a snake. Golden snake vine, a low-grade 6th-grade spirit grass, was a spirit grass that could make metal-attributed warriors go crazy because it could allow metal-attributed warriors with high tenbin to comprehend a kind of footwork called snake steps. This footwork was comprehended from the snake image after consuming the golden snake vine, and it could increase the speed of metal-attributed warriors. On the fourth tray was a fire-attributed snake spear, a high-grade 5th-grade Xian artifact that was infinitely close to being a spirit artifact. It had a very strong offensive power. This was the highest reward for the Tai Lu tribe's warrior competition, which was held every 3 years. Now that Tai Jinyong had bestowed it to Ling Xiao, it was obvious that Ling Xiao had already obtained the Tai Lu tribe's approval. The last tray was a medallion. There was a golden eagle carved on the medallion. It was extremely lifelike and looked extremely noble. It was the golden token of the king of Tiela. Tai Jinyong only had 5 of them. Seeing the token was like seeing the king of Tiela. Grandmaster Ling, please accept these small gifts. In the future, you will be the most distinguished friend of our Tiela tribe. Tai Jinyong had sent so many gifts to Ling Xiao, which was absolutely necessary for the Tiela tribe to build a good relationship with Ling Xiao. Any 5th-grade alchemist would become a respected figure no matter where they went. Which sect or family wouldn't want to curry favor with them? Nangong Lai spoke on behalf of Tai Jinyong. Master Ling, please accept it. This is your reward for refining pills. It would be a waste if you don't accept it. Ling Xiao saw that Tai Jinyong was so sincere, and Nangong Lai spoke again. He hesitated for a moment, but still accepted the gifts one by one. Ling Xiao thanks the king of Tiela for his gifts. Ling Xiao responded and then took out 2 dazzling pearls. He took 2 steps forward and said to the princess, Princess, these are pearls I obtained from a 10,000-year-old giant shell. It can beautify and maintain one's appearance. Consider it a small gift from Ling Xiao. Please accept it. Is it really that magical? The princess was pleasantly surprised. Of course. If you don't believe me, you can eat it now. I guarantee that you will become even more beautiful. Ling Xiao was not stingy with his praise. Grandmaster Ling, this gift is too precious. Tai Jinyong was very knowledgeable, so he naturally knew the value of the pearls Ling Xiao had taken out. As the saying goes, gifts must be exchanged. This little thing is not worth mentioning, Ling Xiao said straightforwardly. He still had hundreds of such pearls in the obsidian cauldron, so giving a few was nothing. Tai Jinyong no longer refused, and the princess impatiently swallowed one of the pearls. Suddenly, Wang Fei's body released a pure and flawless light. Her appearance actually glowed again, and she seemed to have become a dozen years younger. Her originally middle-aged appearance became a beautiful young married woman. It was as though she had returned to her youth. Her skin was filled with elasticity and vitality, giving people the feeling that they could never get tired of looking at her. Ling Xiao couldn't help but be stunned. Beautiful! The princess was really beautiful when she was young, Ling Xiao exclaimed in his heart. The princess cupped her face and asked Tai Jianyong, Your Majesty, I feel a wonderful change. I wonder if I've become even more beautiful? Tai Jianyong's face was wild with joy as he cried out, This is too magical, my beloved. You've returned to your youthful appearance. You're too beautiful. After saying that, Tai Jianyong actually ignored the people present and hugged the princess and kissed her passionately. The effects of these pearls are actually extraordinary. When this young master returns, I will definitely make all my wives even more beautiful. Ling Xiao thought fervently in his heart. Despite Tai Jianyong's repeated urging, Ling Xiao was still determined to leave. They rested for a few days in the Tiela tribe before continuing on their journey. In the blink of an eye, the four of them flew for another half a month before arriving at a huge city, Guanling City. Guanling City was one of the few large cities in the southern wasteland. People of all races came here to exchange what they needed, and their trade was not much worse than Nantian cities. Ling Xiao and the others did not tarry here. With Nangong Lai's help, they directly used the city's transportation formation and arrived at another large city in the depths of the southern wasteland, Divine Dao City. This city was called Divine Dao City because it was controlled by the deity Dao Union, and it was also where the deity Dao Union's headquarters were located. After arriving at Divine Dao City, they would not be too far from Gu City. From here, they would only need to fly for half a month to arrive. As they got closer and closer to Gu City, Ling Zhao's emotions grew increasingly excited. He had painstakingly ventured deep into the southern wasteland to find the Heaven Gu divine technique so that the priestess could continue living. If he failed to find the Heaven Gu divine technique, then this trip would have been in vain. Furthermore, the priestess might not be able to live for long. He prayed that his luck would continue to be good and that he had to find the Heaven Gu divine technique. After Nangong Lai brought Ling Xiao to an inn, he said to Ling Xiao, Master Ling, you guys can rest here first. I will go out and handle some matters. I will be back in 1 or 2 days at the earliest, and 3 days at the latest. During these few days, you guys can walk around the city. However, do not provoke the people of the deity Dao Union. They are famous for being difficult to deal with. After Nangong Lai gave some instructions, he left in a hurry. Ling Xiao, Xian Yao, and the Demon Emperor went to the inn and asked for 3 rooms to stay for the time being. Before Ling Xiao could even warm his seat, Xian Yao walked over to Ling Zhao's room and said, Let's go out for a walk. I feel like we have a lot of fortuitous encounters today. Who knows, we might be able to find some news about the Heaven Gu divine technique. Ling Xiao rolled his eyes at Xian Yao and said, This is Divine Dao City, not Gu City. The Heaven Gu divine technique has already disappeared for 10,000 years. How could it be so coincidental that we have news of it right after we arrived? You can go lie to others, but don't bother this young master. You have to believe in the profound secrets, sex number 1 fortune teller. Although the Heaven Gu divine technique has disappeared for many years, there are still many people who hope that it will reappear in the world. We cannot miss out on such a fortuitous encounter. Xian Yao continued to persuade him. Ling Xiao ignored Xian Yao and took out 2 bottles. One contained myriad year stone emulsion, and the other contained king pills. Stop grumbling. Let's get to the king level first. Otherwise, this young master won't serve you anymore, Ling Xiao said as he tossed the 2 bottles to Xian Yao. Xian Yao caught them as if they were treasures. He said happily, I say, can't you be more careful with such precious things? If you break them, can you afford to pay for them? Ling Xiao ignored Xian Yao and flipped over onto the wooden bed. Tiske, I didn't expect you to have such a rich collection. You even have a top-grade liquid like myriad year stone emulsion. This is great. This divine fortune teller can finally step into the king level. Xian Yao's eyes lit up as he looked at the myriad year stone emulsion. He then said to Ling Xiao, Brother, do you have any more? Give me a few more bottles. I do. Go to the well and take as many as you want, Ling Xiao said snappily. Xian Yao laughed dryly and didn't say anything more, instead taking out a black wolf fur brush and a bottle of golden liquid from his space ring. Xian Yao dipped the black wolf fur brush into the golden liquid and then began to draw something on the floor of the room. Ling Xiao looked curiously at what Xian Yao was doing. He saw Xian Yao drawing some irregular patterns on the floor. These patterns were like spirit snakes swimming about, giving off a very strange appearance. "What the hell are you doodling about?" Ling Xiao asked, puzzled. Xian Yao said seriously, "Shut up, this divine fortune teller is drawing an array diagram." Array? Array diagram? Ha, these messy lines can be considered an array diagram? Keep bragging, Ling Xiao mocked. Xian Yao ignored Ling Xiao and continued to draw, sweat gradually appearing on his face as if he was struggling. After he put away the black brush and the golden liquid, he took out a few beast cores and placed them in different positions. Then, something strange happened. The patterns he had just drawn blossomed with a bright light, and the entire room became dreamlike. It looked extremely unreal. Ling Xiao was shocked by this scene. He really didn't expect that such a small formation could be formed with just these curved lines. "Look carefully, is this an array diagram? Is this a formation?" Xian Yao said proudly. "At least you know something, but why did you make a small formation in my house? Do you still want me to sleep?" Ling Xiao asked unhappily. He didn't want to see Xian Yao's proud look, so he insisted that Xian Yao not show off. Xian Yao laughed dryly and said, "I'll borrow it for now. I'll return it to you when I break through to the king's stage." Ling Xiao asked again, "What is this small formation? What's its use?" Xian Yao said, "This is the little spirit concealment formation. It can hide all the auras in this place and isolate the outside world from interference. It can allow me to focus on breaking through." "You really do have some skill. You can slowly break through here." "I won't be serving you," said Ling Xiao. He walked out of the room. He wasn't interested in waiting for Xian Yao to break through. "You stay here and protect him," Ling Xiao said to the demon emperor at the door. "Yes, young master," the demon emperor replied. He then carefully asked, "When can young master give me the soul-mending pill?" "It's a waste to give it to you now. Wait until you find a better body," Ling Xiao replied and walked out. Chapter 397. After Nangong Lai left Ling Xiao and the others, he arrived outside a courtyard. When the middle-aged man at the door saw Nangong Lai, he immediately bowed and said, "Greetings, Captain." Nangong Lai nodded and said, "Call them over to see me." "Yes, Captain." The middle-aged man replied and left. After Nangong Lai entered the hall, not long after, 8 figures quickly rushed over from outside. These 8 people were all middle-aged people, 6 men and 2 women. All of their strength was extraordinary. The strongest was a mid-level Earth Emperor, and the weakest was a high-level king. "Greetings, Captain." These 8 people were the vice-captain and captain of the Raging Inferno mercenary group. Nangong Lai placed his hands behind his back and coldly looked at the 8 people and said, "Where are all the 3 and all 8? The strongest old man stood up and replied, "The 2 of them escorted a group of merchants to the Beast Alliance's tribe, so they couldn't make it here." "What kind of merchant group can invite them?" Nangong Lai said indifferently. "It's the people from the 1,000 Grand Merchant Alliance." The old man replied, "Yes, they do have the ability." Nangong Lai replied and then said, "How's the matter I asked you to do?" "It's been spread out. All the major powers have sent people over, and the Deity Dao Union has also made a move. They plan to go to Gu City in 5 days to search for the Heaven Gu Divine Art and the Heaven Gu Divine Cauldron. It's said that the Ghost Hag Demon couple, the Poisonous Scorpion Emperor, and the Mad Taoist are also here." The old man reported. Nangong Lai let out a cold smile and said, "That's even better. Whether we can break the 10,000-year curse of Gu City depends on this trip." "Captain, is it worth it for that mission?" the old man asked. "It's worth it. This is my, Nangong Lai's, failure in my life. I can't let it become a stain in my life. Even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground, I must find the Heaven Gu Divine Art." Nangong Lai said resolutely. He then said, "You don't have to participate in this trip. If I can't come out, Shaoan will take over as the captain." The old man bowed in fear and said, "Captain this? How can this be? This is an order, Nangong Lai said with a strong aura. Everyone else replied in unison, Yes, Captain. Nangong Lai nodded in satisfaction and said, Don't worry, I, Nangong Lai, have risked my life countless times. Even a venerable might not be able to take my life. I will definitely come out alive. After this trip, no matter what the result is, I will have fulfilled one of my wishes. Perhaps the heavenly Gu divine art has already been destroyed by someone else. Ling Zhao's room was occupied by Xian Yao, so he could only take a stroll outside. Perhaps what Xian Yao said was true, there would be a great opportunity to learn about the Heaven Gu divine technique today. The weather in the southern wasteland was extremely hot. Walking on the bustling street, bursts of heat hit his face. Ling Zhao circulated his ice-cold qi to balance his body temperature, so that he didn't feel so hot. Ling Zhao walked to a luxurious restaurant and entered. This kind of restaurant was the best choice to learn about the affairs of Jianghu. Regardless of whether it was a big or a small matter, one could hear one or two discussions here. Ling Zhao ordered some snacks and sat in the middle of the crowd, sipping wine and eating dried fruits while listening to his surroundings. At first, he only heard some unimportant gossip. It wasn't until a group of mercenaries walked in that it became lively. Have you heard? The various forces are starting to combine their forces to enter Gu City to search for the relics of the Gu race. Impossible, who knows how many people have entered Gu City over the years? They must have all died inside. That place has become a dead city. Who would be so bored to enter Gu City? You don't know, but recently, there's news that there are relics of the Gu race in Gu City, the Heavenly Gu Divine Art, and the Heavenly Gu Divine Cauldron. These two are divine objects, and the Gu race relied on them to dominate the southern region. Who would believe such words? These two divine objects were probably lost long ago. Would they wait for them to go in and retrieve them? Moreover, even an Earth Emperor stage expert would die 10 times out of 10. When Ling Zhao heard this news, he was extremely surprised. Why were there suddenly so many people eyeing Gu City? After all, the Heavenly Gu Divine Art could only be cultivated by those with the Heavenly Gu body, and it was useless even if others obtained it. Could it be that they're going for the Heavenly Gu Divine Cauldron? Ling Zhao wondered. Ling Zhao quietly drank as he listened to those people continue to talk. The more he listened, the more shocked he became. In 5 days, all the forces would gather and set out for Gu City. They wanted to turn the entire city upside down. Even if they couldn't find the Heavenly Gu Divine Art and the Heavenly Gu Divine Cauldron, they had to reopen Gu City's territory. They couldn't let those resources go to waste. Ling Zhao sighed inwardly. What a coincidence. When he arrived, all the forces had already begun to set out for Gu City. This wasn't good news for him. If someone else found the Heavenly Gu Divine Art first, then things would be troublesome. Just as Ling Zhao was about to leave the restaurant, a ghastly wail and wolf-like howl could be heard. Wah! Wah! Along with the sound, 2 figures silently appeared in the restaurant. The expressions of everyone in the restaurant changed, as if they had seen someone that made them feel fear. The 2 people who came in were dressed in black and white, with disheveled hair. They looked like the legendary black and white impermanences of hell. Their appearances were extremely sinister and terrifying. They were 2 old men. The one wearing a black robe was an old woman. She held a scepter in her hand, and on top of the scepter was a black skull. The skull's eyes emitted a demonic green light, and it emitted a terrifying evil aura that caused people's hair to stand on end. The other was a bald old man wearing a white robe. One of his eyes was already blind. He didn't bandage his eye, and the empty black eye made people want to vomit. Looking at his 2 pointy ears, it was not a normal human's, and there was actually long green hair growing on his ears. From afar, he looked like a demon. The 2 strange old men had hair-raising smiles on their faces. Their laughter was like the wailing of ghosts and the howling of wolves. It was both strange and terrifying. When the 2 old men sat down, everyone in the restaurant immediately scattered like birds. They all ran out of the restaurant as if they were avoiding the plague. Wuha, are we so scary? The old woman laughed. and the scepter in her hand pointed at a brawny man who was half a step too slow. Xiu xiu. The skull on the scepter emitted 2 balls of green light that shot towards the brawny man. Immediately, the brawny man was bound by the 2 balls of green light. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't escape. Ghost Mother, have mercy, have mercy. The spirit master begged while crying. Do we look so scary? Do we want to escape as soon as we see us? The old woman stared at the brawny man and asked. No, that's not it. You 2 seniors are graceful and graceful. How could you scare me? I just have an urgent matter to attend to. So, the brawny man waved his hands and said. He looked like he was about to cry. However, before he could finish speaking, the bald old man made a cutting motion with his hand, and the brawny man's neck was immediately cut off. So noisy. The bald old man let out a cruel laugh. Dead man, don't be so miserable. I feel disgusted when I see your blood. The old woman made an orchid gesture, and the green eyes of the skull in her hand flashed. The skull actually left the scepter and bit towards the already dead brawny man on the ground. The blood essence of the brawny man was instantly scared away by the skull. Then, it once again flew back to the scepter, and the green light became even more intense. Wooha, baby, you're just a glutton. The old woman looked at the skull and laughed. In the restaurant, apart from the 2 old men, only Ling Xiao was still drinking by himself. However, when he saw the chain of events, he felt nauseous. Where did this demon come from? How can he be so evil? Ling Xiao lost interest in drinking and cursed in his heart. Just as Ling Xiao was about to leave, the bald old man shot him a frightening look. Kid, aren't you afraid? The bald old man asked. The old woman also said from the side, this kid is a bit interesting. Seeing how his blood essence is so vigorous, my little baby will definitely like him. Ling Xiao was about to reply when a strange smell wafted over. Suddenly, Ling Xiao felt as if there was something in his body that was destroying his internal energy. Poisonous gas. Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat, and then he calmly circulated the ancient emperor's divine arts to expel the poisonous gas. Now that his ancient emperor's divine arts had advanced to the 4th transformation, his meridians and internal organs had long since been cleansed. Although he had not reached the realm of being immune to poison, he was not far from it. The 2 old men in the restaurant looked outside the door. The old woman laughed and said, the poisonous scorpion is here. What an unpleasant stench. Haha, does the poisonous scorpion want to stink us to death? The bald old man shouted. Hee, how have you been, Immortal Granny and Immortal Duke? This little brother greets you. A middle-aged man wearing a blue robe appeared at the door. This middle-aged man was extremely handsome, with distinct features. His attire was neat and tidy, and he had a bright smile on his face. He held a black fan in his hand and lightly waved it in front of his chest, looking extremely carefree and at ease. When Ling Xiao saw this middle-aged man, he immediately felt jealousy in his heart. He thought to himself, this old fellow is still pretending to be cool. Be careful, this young master will beat you up. Poisonous scorpion, how dare you come to the deity Dao Union's territory? Are you not afraid that those sanctimonious fellows will deal with you? The old woman said with narrowed eyes. The middle-aged man cupped his hands and walked in with large strides. He said, with Immortal Granny and Immortal Duke here, I believe they will not dare to act rashly. Do these 2 ugly monsters think they can deal with those people from the deity Dao Union? Poisonous scorpion, you think too highly of them. Just as the middle-aged man finished speaking, a strong wind blew, causing the doors and windows of the restaurant to shake. In the next moment, a fat Taoist appeared in the restaurant. This Taoist had white hair on his left and black hair in the middle. In his hand was an incomparably beautiful Taoist nun. This Taoist nun was the one who had a conflict with Ling Xiao in Nantian City, Fairy Kai. Right now, she did not have the arrogant look she had before. Instead, her face was pale, and her expression was mournful. Her beautiful eyes revealed a strong resentment. It seemed like her situation was not good. Chapter 398. Hey, crazy Taoist, you're courting death. The old woman's eyes flashed with an ominous glint, and she pointed her scepter forward. Dozens of green lights that looked like ghost babies flew towards the old Taoist. The ghost infant let out a whimpering sound, as if a real evil spirit had descended. These little things might be able to scare ordinary people, but they won't be able to scare me. The old Taoist gently waved the Taoist brush in his hand, and dozens of wind brushes shot out with earthy light, scattering the souls of the green ghost infants. At this time, the one-eyed old man pounced towards the old Taoist like lightning. "Ha, the crazy Taoist, go to hell." The one-eyed old man's hands turned into claws and stabbed towards the old Taoist's eyes at a shocking speed. The old Taoist didn't panic, and he quickly retreated while carrying Fairy Kai. "Demon Duke, you can't deal with me before you transform." The old woman shot out countless green lights that looked like ghosts again and again, working together with the one-eyed old man to attack the old Taoist. The old Taoist didn't dare to be careless in the face of their attacks. He gently threw Fairy Kai away and began to use his full strength to deal with the two's attacks. Bang bang. The tables and chairs in the restaurant were all turned to dust by the three of them, and the restaurant's walls were riddled with holes. If it weren't for the fact that they didn't use their full strength, the restaurant would have long since been turned into ruins. The middle-aged man waved his black fan and walked in front of Ling Xiao, still smiling. He cupped his hands towards Ling Xiao and said, "Brother Thousand-Face disguise technique is truly unparalleled. To be able to turn into such a handsome appearance, I'm really envious." Ling Xiao was stunned when he heard this, thinking that the old man must have mistaken him for someone else. "How can I compare to your peerless poison technique, old poison? I almost fell into your trap just now," Ling Xiao replied calmly as he sipped his wine. "I'm just a crafty person, how can I not be elegant?" The middle-aged man said modestly. He took Ling Xiao's wine jar, and with a wave of his hand, a cup flew over to him. Then, he filled his own cup without hesitation. Ling Xiao ignored him, instead glancing at Fairy Kai out of the corner of his eye. He discovered that she was also looking at Ling Xiao in astonishment, her eyes filled with anger. "Brother Thousand Faces is interested in this Taoist nun?" The middle-aged man asked with interest. "This is the type of woman I like the most. I don't know if the crazy Taoist is willing to let me have her," Ling Xiao said with a smile. "Ha, I think that will be very difficult. But if Brother Thousand-Faced can make him give it up, then things will be different," laughed the middle-aged man. "What's so difficult about that? Once they finish fighting, I'll ask him for it." "I'm sure he won't dare say anything," said Ling Xiao. The middle-aged man looked at Ling Xiao in astonishment and faintly said, "No wonder Brother Thousand-Faced can already restrain his aura. Could it be that he's already reached a certain level?" Ling Xiao smiled and did not say anything. He looked extremely confident, but in reality his heart was pounding. The people in front of him were all terrifying monarch experts, and none of them looked like good people. He did not fear them, but it was not good for them to cause trouble. "I say, the three of you stop fighting. The people from the Deity Dao Union will be here soon. If you want to fight, why don't you wait until we reach Gu City?" The middle-aged man called out to the three people who were still fighting. Right after the middle-aged man spoke, the three of them stopped in a bad mood. "Hey, if you dare to speak rudely again, I won't let you off, old Taoist." The old woman glared at the old Taoist unhappily. The old Taoist shouted, "Humph, even if you bring out 2 more ugly monsters, I won't be afraid of you." "Ah, how dare you?" The one-eyed old man shouted, wanting to attack again. "Enough. Even if the three of you don't give me face, you still have to give Brother Thousand-Faced some face." The middle-aged man shouted. When the three heard the middle-aged man's words, they all looked at Ling Xiao. "Hi, he's the Thousand-Faced scholar?" The one-eyed old man was the first to say in disbelief. "Hey, he's just a small monarch. If he was the Thousand-Faced scholar, he would have been chopped into meat paste long ago." The old woman laughed sinisterly. The old Taoist also looked at Ling Xiao with disdain and said, "Brat, you dare to pretend to be the Thousand-Faced scholar? You're courting death." The middle-aged man sitting across from Ling Xiao waved his black fan and did not say anything. He just sat there with a smile on his face and waited to watch the show. Ling Xiao really wanted to cripple the middle-aged man with one punch. He was clearly the one who was suspicious, but he actually dragged the others into his suspicions. This fellow's schemes were really deep. Ling Xiao calmly poured himself a cup of wine, took a sip and said, "Crazy Taoist, I want your Taoist nun." Haha, this is a rare dual cultivation companion that I've found. How dare you ask me for it? Even if you're the real thousand-faced scholar, you wouldn't dare to scare me like this. Watch me tear your face off. How dare you lie to us? The crazy Taoist laughed wildly and then stretched out his claws to grab Ling Xiao. The crazy Taoist's attack was so fast that Ling Xiao did not dodge. However, just when everyone thought that the crazy Taoist would succeed in one move, unexpectedly, what he caught was not Ling Xiao, but a small dark blue dragon. What is it? The crazy Taoist held the blue dragon in his hand and asked in confusion. The next moment, the crazy Taoist felt a huge force in his hand and his whole body was thrown away by the blue dragon. The crazy Taoist crashed through the wall, leaving a shadow behind. He didn't know where he was thrown to. The expressions of the middle-aged man, the old woman, and the one-eyed old man changed. They looked at the little serpent dragon with confusion and fear. The blue dragon opened its mouth at the three of them, but in the end, it ignored them and directly tied itself to Ling Xiao's waist, turning it into a blue belt. "Get out of here, don't disturb my drinking," Ling Xiao said indifferently. "Brother Thousand Faces, why are you like this? It was just a misunderstanding." The middle-aged man took a step away from Ling Xiao and cupped his hands. The old woman also laughed sinisterly. "Hey, it was a misunderstanding. It was just a misunderstanding. That crazy Taoist really deserved it." With Brother Thousand Faces here, the people of the deity Dao Union won't dare to act recklessly, the one-eyed old man said in a flattering tone. The three of them had already recognized that the blue dragon tied to Ling Xiao's waist was not an ordinary young spirit beast, but a miniature version of the dragon. When the crazy Taoist was sent flying, the aura that the dragon emitted made them feel afraid. This dragon was definitely above the 6th rank. The three of them were at the earthly sovereign realm, and could be considered as a giant crocodile. However, in the face of this flood dragon, they could only fawn over it. They were all wondering when this thousand-faced scholar had subdued such a terrifying flood dragon. Ling Xiao didn't want to get entangled with them, but just as he was about to leave, the sound of musical instruments came from outside. Not long after, 8 women dressed in plain white satin carried a soft couch in the air. Before the soft couch arrived, a fragrant fragrance wafted over, and flower petals fell from the sky. "I wonder if it's the Divine Union's mother goddess or daughter goddess?" the middle-aged man asked as he stared at the newcomers. The old woman and the one-eyed old man's expressions turned grave. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was filled with doubt. Could the deity Dao Union's leader be a woman? Poison Emperor, Ghost Woman, and Demon Duke, why are the three of you harming others here? You must understand that everyone is equal, and we have no right to take the lives of others as we please. The soft couch landed on the ground, and an extremely melodious voice came from behind the screen. "So it's the daughter goddess. This person wasn't killed by me. You should be asking them," the middle-aged man said as he cupped his hands. It was as if he was always polite to everyone. "Hey, the commoners are like ants. Does the daughter goddess think that they are comparable to us?" The old woman replied. "Ghost Hag, you are wrong. Weren't you a baby without any martial arts when you were born? How are you different from when you were born? That's why I advise the three of you to join the Divine Union and guide the masses." A rebuttal came from within the soft couch. Cut the crap. This time, we are here to enter Gu City. I hope that your Divine Dao Union won't act rashly. Otherwise, we don't mind starting a massacre here, the one-eyed old man replied. "Immortal Lady and Immortal Duke, I think Brother Thousand Faces should make the decision," the middle-aged man said to the old woman and the one-eyed old man. The old woman and the one-eyed old man's expressions immediately changed as they replied, "That's right, Brother Thousand Faces should make the decision for us and force these Divine Union bastards to not let us enter Gu City." So the Thousand Faces scholar is also here. I wonder where the crazy Taoist went? A graceful voice came from within the soft couch. "This Taoist is here." A wild shout came from not far away. It was the old Taoist who had been sent flying by the blue flood dragon earlier. Looking at his sorry state, it was clear that he had suffered a great loss from that attack. The blood on his lips had not even dried yet. "Hey, I thought you had already fled," the old woman mocked. The old Taoist glared at the old woman and cupped his hands towards Ling Xiao. "Brother Thousand Faces, please forgive me for offending you earlier." Ling Xiao took a sip of wine and ignored the old Taoist. Instead, he looked in the direction of the soft couch and said, "I don't think your divine Tao Union would dare to monopolize the Gu City gathering. Why don't we take the lead? What does the divine lady think?" The soft couch did not reply immediately. Instead, after a while, it said, "The monsters in Gu City are rampant, and the divine union wants to get rid of them quickly. Since the 5 loose emperors are willing to take the lead, the divine union will naturally not obstruct you. However, the divine union will definitely not allow the monsters in Gu City to appear. Everyone, please behave yourselves." After saying that, the soft couch rose again and the 8 women soared into the sky like fairies. Damn, they left just like that. Brother Thousand Faces really has a lot of face, the old Taoist flattered Ling Xiao. "Isn't that right? Even if the divine union master were to come, Brother Thousand Faces wouldn't be afraid of him," the middle-aged man said. The old woman and the one-eyed old man also spoke respectfully, causing Ling Xiao to feel goosebumps all over his body. Ling Xiao stood up with his hands behind his back and said, "How did you find out that the 2 divine items of the Gu race are in Gu City?" The 4 of them looked at each other in dismay. Then, the middle-aged man said, "Brother Thousand Faces didn't come here because you received the news?" "Of course, but I want to know if this is someone's conspiracy," Ling Xiao said, pretending to be profound. When the 4 of them heard this, they first reported, but then they all revealed doubtful expressions. Could it be that someone is really controlling all of this? What's their goal? The middle-aged man asked. "No, this is true. At least one of the 2 divine items of the Gu race is in Gu City," the crazy Taoist said with certainty. This time, it was Ling Xiao's turn to be excited. He asked, "Are you sure?" Chapter 399. The Southern Wasteland Gu clan was once the most glorious and powerful clan. They had always been mysterious. They were good at raising and controlling Gu. They lived on Gu and used Gu as companions. There were 2 divine objects in the clan, which made them extremely powerful. The Heaven Gu divine technique was a divine-level technique passed down by the ancestors of the Gu clan. It was one of the most precious techniques in the world. However, this technique could only be practiced by the Gu clan with the Heaven Gu body. It was useless to others. There was once a genius with the Heaven Gu body who mastered the Heaven Gu divine technique. The Gu clan was so powerful that even the big clans in the central region had to avoid them. This showed how terrifying the Heaven Gu divine technique was. The Heaven Gu divine cauldron was one of the 9 great cauldrons in the world. It was the divine object of the Gu clan. In addition to being used as a sacrifice to raise Gu, it was also very tempting to alchemists. Any outstanding alchemist would feel that it was the greatest regret in life if they did not have an extraordinary cauldron. Even if they were not alchemists, other warriors would also desire this cauldron. After all, every divine object was extremely precious. Even if they did not use it, they could use it to interact with others and gain more benefits. These 2 divine objects had been lost for many years. It was easier said than done to find them. Ling Xiao's goal in going to the southern wasteland was to find the Heaven Gu divine technique. The high priest had also said that it would be best if he could find the Heaven Gu divine cauldron. He did not have much hope for this trip. After all, the time difference was too long. However, now that he heard the crazy Taoist was so sure that there was a divine object still in Gu City, how could he not be excited? Crazy Taoist nodded and said, 5 years ago, I went to Gu City with an old friend and wanted to enter the city. Although we didn't go in, we found something strange. That night, the moon was very round. My old friend and I didn't dare to go in. When we were about to leave, we smelled a faint strange smell coming from the city. At that time, we thought it was poisonous gas, but it didn't have any effect on us. However, all the poisonous creatures in the mountains around the city crawled into the city. It was really scary. It was the strange smell that attracted them in. When we saw this strange phenomenon, we kept watching for 3 days and 3 nights, but none of the poisonous creatures that went in came out. The demon elder couldn't help but interrupt. Even this strange phenomenon can't prove that the 2 divine objects of the Gu clan are inside. Crazy Taoist glared at Duke Yao and said, I think it might be the divine cauldron of Gu that's being refined. Legend has it that the divine cauldron of Gu is a divine cauldron used to raise poisonous insects. Only the strange smell it emits can attract those poisonous creatures, so I'm sure there's a divine cauldron of Gu City. Based on what you've said, I think it's possible. Poison Scorpion revealed an ecstatic expression. He was a person who loved refining poisons, so this divine Gu cauldron was definitely a divine object to him. Ling Xiao was a little disappointed when he heard this. He wanted to find the Heaven Gu divine technique for the priestess to use to prolong her life. The Heaven Gu divine cauldron was secondary. Hey, that's not right. According to what you're saying, there must be other living people in Gu City. Otherwise, who would be refining the cauldron? Hag guessed. That's right. That's what I don't understand. So this time, with so many people going in, I'm going all out. I'm going to have a try, the crazy Taoist said. How about we form an alliance? With Brother Thousand Faces as the leader, we'll have a higher chance of success. Poison Scorpion looked at Ling Xiao and asked. That's right. With Brother Thousand Faces leading us, even the deity Dao Union's people would have to retreat. The crazy Taoist immediately agreed. We have no objections. Hag and Duke Yao exchanged glances and said in unison. Ling Xiao took another sip of wine and said, Why should I be with you? Do you think I don't know what you're planning? Brother Thousand Faces, you can't say that. Now that many factions have gathered, they think they're righteous and want to get rid of us as soon as possible. If we don't unite, we'll be defeated by them one by one. Now that we trust Brother Thousand Faces, we're asking you to temporarily lead us to Gu City. Who knows, Brother Thousand Faces might need our help at that time, Poison Scorpion said. Aside from Brother Thousand Faces, I trust everyone else, the crazy Taoist said from the side. The Hag and Duke Yao also nodded in agreement. Since that's the case, I'll reluctantly go with you. However, you have to listen to my instructions on the way there. Whoever dares to go alone, don't blame me for being ruthless, Ling Xiao said as he licked his lips and revealed a ferocious expression. The 4 of them shivered and nodded at the same time. They were not afraid of what Ling Xiao would do to them. Instead, they were afraid of the flood dragon that seemed to have fallen asleep. Where will the deity Dao Union's people set off in 5 days? Ling Xiao asked. 2 kilometers from the east gate of the city, Poison Scorpion replied. Good, then we'll set off together in 5 days, Ling Xiao said. Then he added, Remember, my name is Ling Xiao now. Don't forget it. After saying that, he walked over and carried Fairy Kai on his shoulder before leaving. The crazy Taoist revealed an expression of pity, but he did not dare to stop them. That earlier fling was still fresh in his memory. This thousand-faced scholar seems to have changed a lot, Poison Scorpion said doubtfully. Who cares? When we get to Gu City, we'll let him take care of it for us first, the crazy Taoist said unhappily. His figure flashed and he quickly left. Immortal Lady and Immortal Duke, I'm leaving too. See you in 5 days. Poison Scorpion cupped his hands towards the Hag and Duke Yao, then took a strange step and disappeared in a few steps. Ling Xiao quickly carried the soft body back to the inn. His room was still occupied by Xian Yao, so he could only ask for another room. He threw Fairy Kai onto the soft bed and smiled. Fairy Kai, we meet again. I didn't expect us to be so fated. At this moment, although Fairy Kai had a somewhat distressed appearance, it added a touch of lovely charm to her peerless appearance, causing Ling Xiao's index finger to twitch. He could not help but think back to when he attacked her chest in Nantian City. That felt really good. Kill me if you can, or I won't let you off even if I become a ghost, Fairy Kai said angrily, her eyes filled with a strong sense of unwillingness. At the same time, Her eyes gradually became hazy and her breathing became more rapid. Her hands unnaturally fumbled with her clothes. Her soul had already been injured in Nantian City. She originally wanted to use the spirit-nourishing grass to repair her soul, but unexpectedly, Ling Xiao had interfered and auctioned the spirit-nourishing grass, making it impossible for her to recover from her injuries. Later, she wanted to snatch the spirit-nourishing grass, but unfortunately, she was not Ling Xiao's opponent. She could only retreat and find another way to heal her injuries. Later, she went to the Spirit Herb Hall and some Spirit Herb Exchange to find some low-level spirit herbs that could repair her injuries. Unfortunately, that only treated the symptoms and not the root cause. Sooner or later, it would affect her cultivation. She decided to enter the barbarian region to try her luck and see if she could find high-level spirit herbs that could repair the soul. However, she encountered the crazy Taoist and was caught by him. Fortunately, the crazy Taoist did not do anything to her immediately. Instead, he wanted to force her to willingly become his Tao companion and practice dual cultivation together. In the past few days, the crazy Taoist had rushed to Divine Tao City and forced the dual cultivation method into her mind along the way. The crazy Taoist no longer had the patience to wait for her to comply, so he had already fed her a spirit herb called the passion flower. This was a rare type of 5th-rank high-rank spirit herb, and it could gradually make a woman become confused and infatuated. At first, the speed of the passion flower's aphrodisiac was not fast, and it would only become violent after half a day. In addition to arousing desire, the woman who consumed the passion flower would lose her chastity to the man she was with. She would uncontrollably like him. The crazy Taoist wanted to use the passion flower to unite with Fairy Kai and practice dual cultivation with her in the future. Of course, Ling Xiao did not know about this. He saw that Fairy Kai was actually taking off her clothes, and the sparkling skin under the satin gradually revealed itself. Don't tempt me like this young master is very pure, Ling Xiao said as he covered his face with his hands. He thought that Fairy Kai was seducing him so that she could use some kind of trick to escape. There was no deep hatred between Ling Xiao and Fairy Kai. He had only brought her back on a spur-of-the-moment impulse. He did not want her to do that with that fat old Taoist. This Taoist nun was truly beautiful. Her mature femininity made Ling Xiao infatuated. He had brought her back because he wanted to tame her and make her his personal maid. In any case, he was away from home without a woman by his side. That kind of loneliness was unbearable. It was undeniable that Ling Xiao was a playboy, but not just any woman could move his heart. He did not have true feelings for Fairy Kai, but rather a strong desire to possess her. If she refused no matter what, he might really let her go. However, the chances of this happening were quite small. So hot. The love poison in Fairy Kai's body began to flare up. Her entire body felt like it was difficult to endure, and her hands unconsciously tugged at her clothes. In an instant, her snow-white shoulders were exposed and the pink robe on her body was revealed. Her towering sacred peaks protruded like 2 ballet points, causing one's blood to boil. Ling Xiao slightly opened his fingers and looked at the half-naked beauty. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets and his Adam's apple kept rolling. A few days ago, he had carelessly lost his chastity to 2 barbarian women in the Tai Lei tribe. At the time, he felt that he had no choice. Now that he was completely sober and there was such a beauty in front of him, he would not be a man if he was not tempted. Don't tempt me anymore. Ling Xiao moved his hands away from his face and snorted at Fairy Kai. His eyes seemed to desire to see through the rest of her clothes. Fairy Kai's eyes were mesmerized and she softly moaned. She crawled over to Ling Xiao and hugged Ling Xiao's waist. She licked Ling Xiao's neck and said, "So hot. I want, bang." These words ruthlessly smashed into Ling Xiao's heart, shattering his originally weak defenses. Damn, you forced this young master. You have to take responsibility for this young master after this, or else I don't want to live. Ling Xiao couldn't bear it anymore. His body trembled and his clothes were torn to shreds. He flipped over and fiercely pushed down the beauty in his arms. Chapter 400. A moment of spring night was worth 1,000 gold. The sky gradually brightened, and only then did the battle stop. Late in the morning, when noon arrived, Ling Xiao gradually woke up. Just as he opened his eyes, a beautiful face appeared in front of him. That pair of beautiful eyes stared at him without blinking. Ling Xiao shrunk back and hurriedly said, Last night I was forced to. Don't act recklessly. It had to be said that Ling Xiao's skin was thick to the extreme to actually say such shameless words. Fairy Kai's eyes revealed a faint trace of confusion. She then leaned her head on Ling Xiao's sturdy chest and said, From now on, I'm your woman, don't ever want me. There was an indescribable sense of pity in her voice. Ling Xiao's heart fiercely clenched, his palm gently caressed the already fallen Fairy Kai and said, That's right, you are already this young master's woman. After last night, Ling Xiao confirmed that Fairy Kai was definitely poisoned. Otherwise, with her virgin body, how could she be tossed around so crazily? He originally wanted to possess Fairy Kai, but now he felt a bit more pity for her. Women who kept their chastity like jade were often the most loved by men. Ling Xiao gave Fairy Kai a pill to recover from his injuries and hugged her for an entire day. He also listened to her talk about her pitiful life. Fairy Kai's original name was Kai Xiaoyu. She had been an abandoned orphan since she was young. She was adopted by a family since she was young, and when she was 5 years old, she was discovered by her master and accepted as a disciple. After learning for more than 10 years, her master brought her to the savage region to train. She mistakenly entered the territory of a high-grade spirit beast and was almost devoured by it. Fortunately, her master saved her in time. However, because of this, her master was seriously injured and passed away not long after. At this moment, she was all alone again. She thought of her adoptive parents who had taken her in. However, when she returned to her hometown, she found that her adoptive parents had already been killed by the roving bandits. Therefore, she hated those roving bandits very much. Once she encountered them, she would kill them without saying a word. Thus, she was given the nickname Blood Azura by others. Later on, as her strength grew, so did her fame. Many people were afraid of her fame, and on the surface, they called her Kai Fairy and didn't dare call her Blood Azura. All these years, she had been living alone. Now that she had lost her chastity to Ling Xiao and had the love-knot flower in her body, she had developed a strong sense of dependence on Ling Xiao. She longed for someone to care for her and love her. She did not want to be alone anymore. Ling Xiao hugged her tightly and comforted her. From now on, you have another me. Yes, you are my husband. I will follow you for the rest of my life, Kai Shiyue replied softly and buried her head deeper. She felt that this feeling was very good and warm. By the way, how do you feel now? That old guy didn't do anything to you, did he? Ling Xiao asked nervously. Kai Shiyue said, He only imprisoned my cultivation, nothing else. However, my sea of consciousness and soul were injured, and my strength was greatly damaged. I'm afraid that it will be difficult for me to advance in this lifetime. Don't be sad. Your husband is a 5th-rank alchemist. Your husband can cure your insignificant injuries, and I will also help you reach a higher level, Ling Xiao said with a sigh of relief. You are also a 5th-rank alchemist? Kai Shiyue was surprised. Of course, your husband is an omnipotent and absolute genius. I have to say that you have an excellent eye for people. You are lucky to push your husband down, Ling Xiao said very cockily. Kai Shiyue's beautiful eyes flashed with lotuses and she said, Husband, you are amazing. By the way, your husband can also keep you beautiful forever and never age. Ling Xiao thought of the 10,000-year-old pearl again and took it out of the obsidian cauldron. Wow, so beautiful! Kai Shiyue praised in surprise. Even though she was already a few dozen years old, she was absolutely an extraordinary genius to a high-level king rank expert. She still maintained the appearance of a young woman in her 20s, and she didn't seem old in the slightest. This was inseparable from the fact that she'd always maintained her youthful appearance. Any woman wanted to preserve their youth for the rest of their lives, but unfortunately, time spared no one. Although she could still maintain her beautiful appearance now, what about 100 years later? Could she still be as beautiful as she was now? But the 10,000-year-old pearl that Ling Xiao had taken out was not only beautiful, but also a peerless treasure that could preserve one's youthful appearance. It was extremely tempting to any woman. Originally, Kai Shiyue still had a little bit of resistance against Ling Xiao, but from this moment on, she unreservedly belonged to him. After taking the 10,000-year-old pearl, Kai Shiyue instantly blossomed with a golden glow. Her skin became as tender as a newborn baby's, and her appearance was even more lively. She was so beautiful that it was suffocating. Ling Xiao held this peerless beauty in his arms, and his passion rose again. He couldn't help but charge forward again. It was already the third day since they had arrived at Divine Dao City, and Xian Yao had also successfully broken through. Wow, I'm finally a king-class expert. I've been waiting for this day for more than 20 years. It's really King hard. Xian Yao appeared in front of Ling Xiao and laughed wildly. But in the next moment he was dumbfounded. He saw that Ling Xiao had an indescribably charming and alluring woman in his arms, and he was dumbfounded. I say, you're asking for a beating, right? How can you stare at your sister-in-law like that? How uncultured! Ling Xiao said to Xian Yao as he kicked him. Heavens! This is too unreasonable. Why is she by your side? Xian Yao pulled at his hair and yelled in jealousy. Didn't I say that this was my luck with women? She followed me all the way here, and I couldn't stop her even if I wanted to, so I could only reluctantly accept her. Remember, don't pull your eyes out or I'll dig them out. Ling Xiao said very proudly. Xian Yao sighed softly and said, You're really born to be in love with women. Why didn't I have such a fate? It's really bitter. I can't help it. I have a good character. Ling Xiao was determined to beat Xian Yao to the end, and a spring breeze was written on his face. Forget it. Is there any news about the Heaven Gu Divine technique? Xian Yao went straight to the point. At this point, Ling Xiao couldn't help but admire this quack's ability. When Xian Yao and Ling Xiao first arrived in Divine Dao City, he wanted to drag him out for a stroll, saying that there was a great opportunity to find clues about the Heaven Gu Divine technique. Later, he went to the restaurant and found out that many forces in the southern wasteland wanted to attack Gu City together. He also learned from Crazy Taoist that there might really be a Heaven Gu Divine cauldron in Gu City. Although Xian Yao's words weren't completely correct, he guessed most of it. Is this guy really the #1 divine fortune teller of the Xuanji sect? Ling Xiao couldn't help but reconsider the meaning of Xian Yao's words. 2 days later, 5 miles away from the east gate of the city. We'll go there with many forces, Ling Xiao replied. Xian Yao revealed a thoughtful expression, and his fingers randomly pinched a few times. He said solemnly, This trip doesn't bode well for you. Do you want to consider it carefully? Ling Xiao revealed a confident smile and said, For Yun, I have no other choice. Even if I have to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a pot of oil, I won't even frown. Moreover, this young master has always been blessed with good fortune. How can a mere Gu City keep this young master? Xian Yao nodded with satisfaction and said, Misfortune and fortune go hand in hand. With your undying cockroach fate, I expect you to be able to turn misfortune into fortune and find the divine technique to return. What life providence of an undying cockroach? Your analogy is too ket up. You should say that I'm the life providence of the true dragon son of heaven, Ling Xiao corrected angrily. Oh right, has Senior Nangong returned yet? Xian Yao changed the topic. Not yet, he might be back today. It's all thanks to him leading the way. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to get here so quickly, Ling Xiao replied. Xian Yao revealed a thoughtful expression and didn't say anything else. Sure enough, at noon, Nangong Lai finally appeared. If you want to go to Gu City, then set off now. Many factions are rushing over today, Nangong Lai said directly. Ling Xiao and Xian Yao were flabbergasted. Weren't they supposed to gather in 2 days? Nangong Lai didn't explain. He turned around and rushed over first. Ling Xiao and Xian Yao didn't dare to delay. They brought Kai Shiyue and the Demon Emperor and rushed to the east gate of the city. Indeed, not far from the city, A large number of experts had already gathered. These people were all at least king stage and above, and the leader was at least monarch stage. These factions were divided into 4 major factions. The strongest were 15 black-clothed men with hoods over their heads. There were 7 monarch stage and 8 king stage. Their strength was comparable to a rank 8 sect. They were surrounded by thick dark attributed spiritual energy. With one glance, one could tell that they were from the Demon Shadow sect. The second faction was the Deity Dao Union. There were also 15 of them, 7 men and 8 women. There were 6 monarch stage and 9 king stage. One of them was a peak earthly sovereign, the Deity Dao Union's Vice Alliance leader. The third faction was the Noble Clan Alliance. The representatives of the Tang, Xian, Nangong, and Ouyang noble clans had gathered together. There were a total of 22 people. There were 6 monarch stage and 16 king stage. The fourth faction was a group of loose cultivators and the Mercenary Alliance. They were actually led by Nangong Lai. There were a total of 4 monarch stage and 20 king stage. They were the largest group. Originally, Nangong Lai wanted to ask Ling Xiao to join his faction. Who knew that Ling Xiao would reject him? This made Nangong Lai feel very confused. We're not late, are we? As ghostly wails and wolf howls rang out, 2 figures landed in front of the crowd. Everyone's expression changed slightly. They had all recognized who these 2 people were. "Stop yelling and get over here," an unhappy voice called out. Everyone looked towards the voice. They were all thinking, who dares to speak to the ghost hag fiend like this? He must be tired of living. They all thought that the ghost hag fiend would definitely kill that person. Who could have expected that the next moment would make their jaws drop? Brother Ling will be right there, the ghost hag fiend replied. Her butt trembled as she arrived in front of a young man in his early 20s. She actually had a respectful expression on her face. They were all famous people. Who didn't know how terrifying the ghost hag fiend couple was? They were all temperamental and evil people. Their wives always followed their husbands. They had never heard of them selling out to anyone. Who was this young man in front of them? How could he make them so respectful? Chapter 401. The Ghost Hag and Demon Duke were 2 of the Southern Wasteland's 5 great evildoers. Their strength was terrifying, and their personalities were cruel and evil. Their hands were stained with the blood of countless people, and they were people that everyone wanted to get rid of. However, those who wanted to kill them had all gone to see the King of Hell. No one would have thought that they would be so respectful to a person, and an unknown young man at that. Aside from his handsome looks, his king stage strength was also extraordinary. However, it didn't seem possible for these 2 to be so respectful to him, right? Just as everyone was feeling puzzled, an unpleasant smell wafted over. A monarch stage expert from a powerful clan quickly shouted, "Quick, take the antidote pill. Poison Scorpion is here." None of the Demon Shadow Sect's people showed any signs of being poisoned. They cultivated the dark element, which allowed them to devour poisonous gas to nourish themselves and strengthen their spiritual energy. The Deity Dao Alliance's Vice Alliance master had discovered it long ago and isolated his people, so they weren't affected by the poison. Only the 4 great clans and the loose cultivators were affected the most. The weaker king stage experts immediately felt dizzy, and their expressions became extremely unsightly. They all took the antidote and sat down cross-legged to force out the poison. Unfortunately, the poison was too strong, and they couldn't help but groan in pain. Some of them even fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth and unconscious. At this moment, a middle-aged man waved a black fan and walked through the air. He looked indescribably handsome. "Greetings, fellow Taoists." Poison Scorpion cupped his hands and greeted everyone politely. "Poison Scorpion, quickly take out the antidote, or this old man won't let you off." An Ouyang clan earthly emperor shouted at Poison Scorpion. An earthly emperor from the Tang clan also shouted, "Old Poison, now that we're about to set off, do you really want to fight us? Quickly take out the antidote." Nangong Lai took a step forward, and a powerful brilliance of fire appeared. He said coldly, "Take out the antidote." Although Nangong Lai didn't bring his inferno mercenaries, he was the leader of these loose cultivators and mercenaries. Naturally, he had to stand up for them. Everyone, there's no need to get angry. If we can't even withstand a mere poison gas, then what's the point of rushing to Gu City and throwing our lives away? We might as well stay here and live a few more years, Poison Scorpion replied calmly, as if he wasn't afraid of anyone. You are courting death. Nangong Lai furrowed his brows for a moment and shouted. Then, he sent a fist that carried an intense fiery aura towards Poison Scorpion. If you want to fight, I, Crazy Taoist, will help you double. A whistling sound came from not far away, and an earthen yellow shadow of a foot stomped towards Nangong Lai. Nangong Lai had no choice but to change the direction of his fist. His fiery fist collided with the yellow footprints. Rumble! The two powerful auras collided with each other, emitting a deafening explosion. The Lai Emperor lives up to his reputation. Take another of my palms. The voice in the air sounded again, and a huge yellow palm print pressed down on Nangong Lai like a mountain. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Nangong Lai snorted coldly. His whole body bounced up like an arrow released from a bowstring. A scorching giant fist, like a roaring fire dragon, fiercely hit the mountain. There was another shocking explosion, and the people below scattered far away. Nangong Lai and that person looked at each other from afar. His eyes were filled with indifference as he said, Crazy Taoist, don't think that I really don't dare to kill you. The person who came was Crazy Taoist. He held a Taoist whisk in his hand and carried a long sword on his back. His clothes fluttered in the wind, and he gave off an indescribable feeling of transcendence. Lai Emperor, how arrogant! Even if you can kill me, you will have to pay a heavy price. If you don't believe me, you can try. Crazy Taoist was not afraid to face Nangong Lai. Crazy Taoist, come down. Why do you have to make things difficult for Brother Nangong? Poison Scorpion said while waving his black fan. Poison Scorpion, if you don't give us the antidote, we will not rest until you are dead. The Tang clan's earthly sovereign took a step forward and shouted. Following that, the other three clans each sent out an earthly sovereign, surrounding Poison Scorpion. Relying on numbers to bully us. Crazy Taoist quickly landed in front of Poison Scorpion and shouted at the people of the four great clans. For a moment, the scene became tense. The people of the Devil Shadow sect and the Deity Dao Union looked at them mockingly and did not say anything to stop them. Just when they were about to make a move, a young man took a few steps forward and said indifferently, You don't have to do this. Let's set off later. Peace is the most important thing. Brother Poison Emperor, please give them the antidote. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes fell on the person who spoke. Who was this expert who came out to be the peacemaker? Unexpectedly, they saw that it was the young man in his early 20s. This made their eyes filled with extreme disdain. Who else could this young man be but Ling Xiao? This has nothing to do with you. Get lost. The Ouyang clan's earthly sovereign shouted at Ling Xiao in annoyance. How could a mere king stage cultivator like you interfere with the matters of the 6 emperor stage cultivators? You really overestimate yourself. Since Brother Ling has spoken, I will naturally obey. Poison Scorpion cupped his hands towards Ling Xiao and replied. Immediately after, Poison Scorpion opened his mouth and took a deep breath. A few strands of black gas appeared on the poisoned king stage cultivators and quickly flew into his mouth. When the black gas left their bodies, the king stage cultivators' pain was instantly relieved. Everyone looked at Poison Scorpion in confusion. He actually listened to the young man's orders? Nangong Lai, who was not far away, looked at Ling Xiao with a much more complicated gaze. It was as if he could not see through Ling Xiao's background. Could he really be a disciple of the rank 8 Purple Sky sect? All of you, get out of the way. Crazy Taoist shouted at the earthly sovereigns of the 4 great clans. He then walked over to Ling Xiao's side and smiled. Brother Ling, how have you been? His smile had a hint of flattery, and he no longer had that arrogant and haughty attitude from before. Poison Scorpion also walked in front of Ling Xiao and glanced at the beautiful Kai Shiyue beside Ling Xiao. He smiled and said, "Brother Ling is really lucky. I am so envious of you." With Brother Poison King's style, who knows how many beauties will throw themselves at you? What is there to be envious of? Ling Xiao replied. He then pointed at Xian Yao and the Demon Emperor and introduced them. "He is my new little brother, Trickster. This is my servant, Housekeeper Zhao. You must take good care of them during the operation." Ghost Hag, Poison Scorpion, and Crazy Taoist all looked at Xian Yao and the Demon Emperor. When they saw that Xian Yao was only a beginner king stage cultivator, they all revealed looks of disdain. But when they saw the Demon Emperor, their expressions changed to one of shock. The Demon Emperor looked at them with disdain and no longer paid them any attention. A servant of a middle-stage Earth sovereign? This question popped up in the minds of all four of them. It was as if a storm was set off in their hearts. The four of them had mistaken Ling Xiao for the Thousand-Faced Scholar. The Thousand-Faced Scholar's strength was similar to theirs, but now that they saw that Ling Xiao was only a king-stage cultivator, they felt that the Thousand-Faced Scholar had already stepped into the half-venerable stage before them. Moreover, he had a level 6 Flood Dragon as his companion. This made them very wary of Ling Xiao. Now that they saw that Ling Xiao had brought a servant of a mid-stage Earth Emperor, they were even more convinced that the Thousand-Faced Scholar had already stepped into the half-venerable stage. Otherwise, how could he have taken in such a powerful servant? They were now even more afraid of Ling Xiao. It wasn't just the four of them. Even the four forces at the side were curious about Ling Xiao's identity. Who was this young man to be able to make the four villains fawn and respect him so much? Only a venerable stage expert would have such a deterrent effect. Could this young man be an outstanding talent of a great sect or ancient clan in the central region? But even so, these four villains might not be able to lower themselves to fawn over him, right? They thought doubtfully. At this moment, the leader of the Magic Shadow sect swept his gaze over the crowd and said in a hoarse voice, "Since everyone is here, let's set off." However, the Deity Dao Union's masked Vice Alliance master said indifferently, "There's no rush. There's still one more person who hasn't arrived." The leader of the Magic Shadow sect snorted disdainfully, "It doesn't matter if someone unimportant comes or not." "Are you talking about me?" A dignified voice came from all directions. The voice was ethereal, and no one knew where it came from. The leader of the Magic Shadow sect suddenly raised his head and shouted, "Hiding your head but showing your tail. You're seeking death." As he spoke, he opened his hand, and a black cloud surged out in all directions without any wind. "Ignorant Junior, even if your clan head was here, he would not dare to be so impudent to this old man." An incomparably dignified voice came from the air, and a ball of fiery light burned the black cloud away. A figure sitting on a fire luan broke through the clouds and descended from the sky. The fire luan screeched and flapped its flaming wings. This fire luan was a medial rank 6 fire-attributed spirit beast. It had the bloodline of the undying phoenix, a spirit beast of the same rank as the flood dragon. In the future, it would have a chance of becoming a rank 8 spirit beast. An old man sat on the fire luan. This old man sat cross-legged on the fire luan. He had white hair and a youthful complexion. His robes fluttered in the wind, and his expression was calm. He had the air of an immortal. When everyone saw this old man, they all revealed expressions of shock. Everyone immediately bowed to the old man on the fire luan and said, "Greetings, Grandmaster Alchemist." Even the people of the Magic Shadow sect and the Deity Dao Union were no exception. Only Ling Xiao, Kai Shiyue, Xian Yao, and the Demon Emperor did not move. The Demon Emperor secretly transmitted his voice to Ling Xiao. "This is a venerable realm expert." Ling Xiao was shocked, and he thought to himself, "No wonder his deterrence is so strong." Whether it was in the northwest or the southern wasteland, celestial venerables were like lofty gods that people looked up to and revered. In the vast northwest, only the 3 rank 7 sects had venerables. Before this, Ling Xiao had seen the Dong family's patriarch, a celestial venerable, for the first time in Nantian City. The might of the Dong family's patriarch was still vivid in his mind. That might that could topple mountains and overturn seas, and split mountains and split the earth was simply omnipotent and shocking in all directions. He did not expect that going to Gu City would actually alarm a venerable realm expert. He felt even more uncertain in his heart. He was going to Gu City to look for the heavenly Gu divine technique, and the purpose of these people was naturally for the 2 divine items of the Gu race. Originally, he was already insignificant in front of so many experts. Now that another celestial venerable had come, he felt even more pressure. Chapter 402. 500 years ago, Danshan Dao was an outstanding talent in the southern wasteland. He was born in a small clan in a small city. As he was born of a concubine, he did not have any status in the clan. He was not valued or nurtured by the clan. He was born stubborn and was not willing to be manipulated by fate. He left the clan and went around to learn from masters. Unfortunately, he was not talented and was thought to be not suitable for cultivation. No one took him in. He was shunned everywhere and was mocked. He had no master. In the end, he was taken in as a disciple by a loose cultivator. That loose cultivator was a famous rank 4 alchemist in the southern wasteland. Unfortunately, he had a good master. Danshan Dao made up for his lack of talent with diligence. He tried his best to prove that he was not completely useless. His master saw that he was determined and that he was about to die. Thus, he took out treasures that he had kept for many years to reconstruct his meridians and unearthed his wisdom and potential. At that time, he was already 20 years old. It could be said that he had passed the best cultivation period. However, he was not discouraged. Every day, other than learning alchemy, he would cultivate with all his might. When his master passed away, he was only a profound realm cultivator. At that time, he was already 30 years old. If it were someone else, they would definitely lose confidence in the path of cultivation. However, he did not give up. He continued to cultivate and concoct pills every day. Later, when he was 40 years old, he went to the wasteland to search for spirit herbs. He was chased by spirit beasts and accidentally fell into a secret realm. From then on, his strength increased by leaps and bounds. When he was 50 years old, he became a king and a rank 3 alchemist. He started to show his talent in the southern wasteland. When he was 100 years old, he stepped into the Earth's sovereign realm and became a rank 5 alchemist. He started to become a big shot in the southern wasteland. Now that 500 years had passed, he had become a celestial venerable. At the same time, he became the top alchemist of the northwestern and southern wasteland. A rank 6 alchemist was a respected person that people looked up to no matter where they went. Even the Demon Shadow Sect's master and the Deity Dao Alliance's master had to be respectful to him. Danshan Dao sat on a fire lawn. He coldly looked at the Demon Shadow Sect's leader who had collided with him and said, "You want to kill me?" Right after he said that, the Demon Shadow Sect's leader was sent flying dozens of meters away by a formless pressure. He vomited a mouthful of blood. "Let me teach you a lesson. Don't be so arrogant," said Danshan Dao indifferently. The leader of the Devil Shadow Sect climbed to his feet and cupped his hands towards Danshan. "Thank you, Grandmaster Dan, for showing mercy." Danshan didn't even look at him. He closed his eyes and said, "Let's go." After saying that, the fire luan flapped its wings and disappeared into the sky with a gorgeous ray of light. The people of the Demon Shadow Sect and the Deity Dao Union started to move. 15 huge black bats appeared in front of the 15 Devil Shadow Sect members. This was a rank 4 advanced dark attribute spirit beast. It was ferocious, bloodthirsty, and extremely fast. The 15 of them jumped onto the black bat and flew towards the horizon. On the Deity Dao Union's side, 15 azure-winged wind eagles appeared. It was also a 4th-tier wind attribute spirit beast, and it flew as fast as lightning. The Deity Dao Union's people all rode on their eagles to give chase. Everyone else summoned their flying spirit beasts and set foot on the road to Gu City. The ghost hag fiend couple rode on a 2-headed flying snake. The 2-headed flying snake was a rank 5 inferior grade flying snake. It had 2 snake heads and 2 attributes. Its body was more than 20 meters long. When it soared into the sky, it looked like a flood dragon. It hissed ferociously, scaring some of the low-ranked flying spirit beasts into hiding. Poison Scorpion was riding on a Type 5 mid-stage 4-winged Scorpion King, its brown cicada wings emitting a strange sound, as a black poisonous fog spread out in all directions, causing the others to be unable to dodge in time, in order to avoid being poisoned. Crazy Taoist rode on an Earth-Eye Eagle, a rank 5 inferior grade spirit beast that he had subdued not long ago. The eagle's eyes could send out waves of elemental attacks, causing people to fall into a deep sleep and lose their ability to defend. Ling Xiao and Kai Shiyue rode on her 5-colored divine bird. Xian Yao and the demon emperor rode on the bald lion eagle given to them by the Tiela tribe. Why doesn't brother Ling ride his own mount? Poison Scorpion asked out of curiosity. Crazy Taoist said from the side, that's right. If brother Ling rides, that Dan Chen and the Fire Luan will have to retreat. Ah, that's right, the ghost hag demon duke echoed. I've always been a low-key person. Leave such flashy things to the younger generation. Ling Xiao brushed away the scattered hair on his forehead and said in an extremely carefree manner. Brother Ling is right, Poison Scorpion said with a slightly surprised expression. He had already guessed that Ling Xiao must have kept this as his last resort, which was why he didn't let others know. Poison Scorpion now felt that the thousand-faced scholar in front of him was much more shrewd than he had imagined. Ling Xiao stood on the bird's back and looked into the distant horizon. He thought to himself, Goose City, I'm coming. Don't let me return empty-handed. Goose City was surrounded by majestic mountains and lofty ridges. The trees were lush, and there were hundreds of herbs and spirit flowers everywhere. Low-rank spirit beasts roared and cried. When a group of high-rank spirit beasts and powerful human martial artists flew across the sky, the spirit beasts were so frightened that they ran away in all directions. The Fire Luan in the lead, which flew like a fiery meteor, displayed supreme might. Wherever it went, the clouds dissipated and the flames flickered. The 15 black bats behind it spread their wings and covered the sky. Their fierce eyes were like lightning, and their fangs were bloodthirsty. They were like demons flying through the sky. The other 15 green-winged wind eagles stirred up a grade 8 gale, which caused the towering trees to sway and fall. The various flying spirit beasts at the end also had extraordinary auras, and they were doing their best to chase after the Fire Luan in the lead. Behind them was a 5-colored divine bird that flew in a tepid manner. It released strands of multicolored light, which was extremely attractive. On top of the divine bird, a young man and woman were snuggling together. They seemed so affectionate. I'll teach you the mnemonic to recover your soul power. Once you've recovered your strength, I'll help you break through to the Earth's sovereign realm, Ling Xiao said as he held Kai Xiaoyu in his arms. Is there really a technique to recover the soul? Without the help of spirit herbs? Kai Xiaoyu asked in astonishment. Of course, I, your husband, am a genius. How difficult is it for me to recover from a small injury to the soul? Ling Xiao said in an extremely arrogant manner. Then, he passed the mnemonic to Kai Xiaoyu, the healing mnemonic of the soul-controlling art. Although the soul-controlling art was only 1/3 complete, it had a healing mnemonic. Every time Ling Xiao's spiritual sea was emptied, he would use the soul-controlling art to recover his divine power. The soul was the entirety of the spiritual sea. Ling Xiao only needed to pass on the healing mnemonic to her, and she would naturally be able to gradually recover. Kai Xiaoyu's memory was amazing. Ling Xiao had only said the mnemonic twice, and she had already memorized it. The journey to Gu City would take half a month. Kai Xiaoyu spent the first 3 days to recover her soul power, and her strength returned to the peak of the king stage. The reason why her recovery was slow was because she hadn't learned the soul-controlling art. Otherwise, it wouldn't have taken so long. I've finally recovered completely. It seems that my soul power has also strengthened a lot. Kai Xiaoyu's beautiful eyes bloomed with brilliance. It's good that you've recovered. Do you have the confidence to break through to the monarch stage? Ling Xiao asked. Kai Xiaoyu was surprised and asked, Can I really break through to the monarch stage? Of course, your husband is omnipotent. Ling Xiao touched Kai Xiaoyu's chest and said in an extremely wretched manner. Kai Xiaoyu fell into Ling Xiao's arms and said, "My strength is still lacking some accumulation, but my comprehension of spiritual energy is still okay. Is this really okay? If your husband says it's okay, then it's okay. Let's first let your strength reach the peak of the king stage," Ling Xiao said as he scratched Kai Xiaoyu's nose. He was now more and more fond of this obedient and charming woman. Looking at her mature body, he often couldn't help but go berserk. If they weren't hurrying along the way, he would have pounced on her and done her on the spot. Ling Xiao handed a bottle of 10,000-year stone emulsion to Kai Xiaoyu and said, "Drink it obediently. It can help me reach the Earth Emperor stage?" Kai Xiaoyu asked with a doubtful look. "Of course not, but it should be able to help you reach the peak of the king stage, and it will also cleanse your body again," Ling Xiao replied. Kai Xiaoyu's beautiful eyes lit up as she took the bottle of 10,000-year stone emulsion. As soon as she opened it, a pure and vast energy spread out. This is top-grade stone emulsion." Kai Xiaoyu couldn't help but exclaim. Not far from Ling Xiao, the ghost woman, poison scorpion, and the mad Taoist couldn't help but look at Kai Xiaoyu, their eyes full of burning desire. It's the taste of top-grade stone emulsion. What pure energy! The ghost woman and the demon man cried out in unison. Poison scorpion and the mad Taoist swallowed their saliva, looking as if they wanted to snatch it and swallow it. Xian Yao snorted in jealousy and said, "Too shameful. He's actually using such a top-grade thing to pick up girls." "You're really giving it to me?" Kai Xiaoyu asked in disbelief. Because of the love not flower, she had lost her chastity to Ling Xiao. Now, her whole body and mind were inclined towards Ling Xiao, but her mind and experience were not affected in the slightest. Of course, she knew the preciousness of this top-grade stone emulsion. It must be known that in the Dong family's auction, a few drops of ordinary stone emulsion were sold for sky-high prices. She really didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so generous as to give her such a small bottle of it. Ling Xiao glanced at the greedy people and said with a chuckle, "I went through a lot of hardships to get this from a dangerous cave. There are only 3 bottles. I've taken one, and now I'll give you another. I still have one left, so you can rest assured and drink it." "Thank you, husband, you're too kind to me." When Kai Xiaoyu heard that Ling Xiao had taken 1 bottle and there was still 1 left, she immediately happily accepted Ling Xiao's gift. Then, she passionately kissed Ling Xiao's face to show her inner excitement. "If I don't treat you well, who should I treat well to? You're my wife," Ling Xiao said with infinite tenderness. Kai Xiaoyu calmed her mind, adjusted her state of mind, and poured the bottle of 10,000 years stone emulsion into her mouth. Not far from her, Ghost Woman, Demon Duke, Poison Scorpion, and Crazy Taoist all had pained expressions. This 10,000 year stone emulsion had the effect of washing the marrows and meridians of martial artists below the mystic the arch stage. Ghost Woman, Demon Duke, Poison Scorpion, and Crazy Taoist all wanted to wash the filth in their bodies again and reconstruct their meridians. As long as they did this, they would definitely step into the venerable stage in the future. To reach the venerable stage, they needed to comprehend the energy of heaven and earth and comprehend their own small world. Perhaps they would successfully break through under some kind of opportunity, or they might be stuck at the peak of the monarch stage for the rest of their lives. Although this 10,000 years stone emulsion couldn't allow them to comprehend the heaven and earth, it could allow them to wash their marrows and meridians again, allowing their tenbin to improve again. This would definitely greatly improve their comprehension. Chapter 403. Above the sky, a dense mass of flying spirit beasts formed a canopy that covered the sky. A multicolored divine bird blossomed with golden rays of light, as dazzling as a golden sun. A powerful force spread out, shaking the surrounding clouds and causing them to dissipate. Many people sitting on flying spirit beasts were attracted by the powerful aura and looked back. That girl is somewhat tenbin. She was actually able to make a breakthrough under such circumstances. The day of her becoming an emperor is not far away. This woman is known as Blood Azura, and is famous for killing people without batting an eye. She has only been in the world for 20 years, but she has already gained some fame. I've never heard of her having a cultivation partner, but now she's attached to a low-level monarch. It's really a pity. Don't you think that young man is very strange? He actually made 4 of the 5 great villains listen to him. I really don't know where he came from. Does he really have some kind of powerful background? The Demon Lady, Poison Scorpion, and Crazy Taoist are all arrogant and unruly people. It's hard to believe that they would be willing to submit to someone else. If that thousand-faced scholar was here, would he also listen to that young man's orders? If he dares to participate in this operation, he must have something to rely on. Maybe that mid-level monarch near him is the 1,000-year scholar in disguise. If that's the case, then the 5 great villains are all gathered together. Could it be that they originally came from the same place, and that young man is the successor of that place? That's why they listen to him? Could it be a hidden force that is comparable to a powerful force like the Demon Sect or the Divine Union? The independent cultivators and the people from the aristocratic families were all speculating about Kai Shiyue and Ling Xiao in a low voice. Not far from Ling Xiao, the 4 great villains didn't pay attention to their thoughts. They saw that Kai Shiyue's strength really increased after taking the 10,000-year stone milk, and her whole person seemed to be full of vitality. They were already completely sure that what Ling Xiao had taken out was definitely a top-grade stone milk. The 4 of them were tempted. Snatch it? This really wouldn't work. Beg him? What was the use? Who would give such a precious thing to an outsider? Barter it? However, what they could offer in exchange was limited. The 10,000-year stone emulsion was a divine liquid between heaven and earth. It was a top-grade liquid that could only be found by chance. They had lived for so many years, yet they had never heard of such a divine liquid appearing anywhere. Now, the divine liquid had appeared in front of them, but they could only stare at it. They could not get a share of it. This was related to how far they could go on their martial way. It really made them feel extremely uncomfortable. They were all secretly exclaiming in their hearts, "Luckily, there's still 1 bottle." Cough cough. Congratulations to Madame Ling for advancing in strength. The day of you becoming an emperor is not far away. This is truly worthy of celebration. Poison Scorpion coughed lightly and cupped his hands towards Ling Xiao and Kai Shiyue. Thank you, Poison Emperor, for your praise. Kai Xiaoyu bowed to Poison Scorpion. Kai Shiyue had naturally heard of the reputation of the 5 great evildoers, but she didn't know why they were so respectful and fawning towards Ling Xiao. Could it be that Ling Xiao was really one of the 5 great evildoers, the 1,000-faced scholar? What does it matter who he is? I only love him, Kai Shiyue firmly thought in her heart. At this time, the Ghost Hag, Demon Duke, and Mad Taoist came back to their senses. The Ghost Hag and Demon Duke also fawned over Kai Shiyue in unison. Madame Ling's talent is outstanding. We really can't catch up to you. When we were your age, we were only low-level emperors. Mad Taoist squeezed out a flattering smile and said, Brother Ling and Madame Ling are both dragons and phoenixes among men. In the future, your name will definitely shake the continent and you will become a pair of immortal Dao companions that will make others envious. Seniors, you're too kind. Kai Shiyue's delicate face blushed from the praises. The 4 of them were notorious, but their strength was at the peak of the southern wasteland. Who wouldn't like to hear their flattery? If it were an ordinary person, they would probably not be able to sleep at night after being praised. Ling Xiao yawned and said casually, Since you all have nothing to do, why don't you protect my wife and let her break through to the emperor stage? Brother Ling, although your wife is Tenbin, she has just reached the great perfection of the king stage. She should consolidate her strength first and not be too hasty, Poison Scorpion advised. He muttered in his heart, just a few words of praise and she's climbing up the ladder. Does she really think that breaking through to the emperor stage is something that can be done just because she wants to? She's overestimating herself. Brother Ling, Poison Scorpion is right. There's no need to rush. Ghost Hag and Demon Duke said. They were afraid that Kai Shiyue would break through because of these words. If she failed to break through and lost her strength, Ling Xiao would vent his anger on them. They couldn't afford to suffer such a crime. Mad Daoist also said, "It's not too late to break through after we get out of Gu City. She's bound to become an emperor anyway, so it's not good to break through rashly." At this time, Xianyao couldn't help but advise, "Brother Ling, be careful." At the same time, he was also wondering, does he really have a way to help her break through to the emperor stage? Ling Xiao chuckled and stretched his back. He traced a finger around the bird's body. The few of them saw that Ling Xiao had actually laid down a restriction. Moreover, this restriction was arranged very cleverly and had a somewhat natural feeling to it. This restriction was something that Ling Xiao had learned from the heaven-suppressing sect's tomb in the secret territory. Although the restriction he had set up wasn't very strong, it was very intricate. It wasn't too far off from a normal Emperor Stage cultivator's restriction. Then, a bottle appeared in Ling Xiao's hand, and within it was a crystal-clear pill. The King Pill was a top-tier 4th-stage pill, comparable to a 5th-stage pill. It could increase any King Stage cultivator's chances of breaking through to the Emperor Stage. Even if the breakthrough failed, it wouldn't affect the cultivator's original strength. He had obtained this pill from the secret territory under the desolate mountain range. Ling Xiao had always wanted to use this King Pill as a betrothal gift to sect master Yun Xiong. But now he felt that it wasn't necessary. He had even better treasures, and this King Pill was perfect for Kai Shiyue to use to break through to the Emperor Stage. There's still a lot of time, enough for you to break through. This way, you'll have a better chance of survival in Gu City, Ling Xiao said indifferently as he stuffed the pill into Kai Shiyue's hand. Kai Shiyue looked at the pill in her hand and was speechless. Not far from Ling Xiao, the 4 villains, Xian Yao, and the Demon Emperor all revealed expressions of shock. Kai Shiyue had just reached the peak of the King Stage, but there was still some time before she could break through to the Emperor Stage. They all felt that this wasn't the best time for her to break through. But now that she had taken out the King Pill, things were different. "I didn't expect Brother Ling to have such a precious pill. Your wife isn't far from breaking through to the Emperor Stage." Poison Scorpion was the first to react. "Ah, that's right. We are willing to protect your wife, and we guarantee that no one will disturb her breakthrough," the Ghost Woman and the Demon Duke said in unison. "Whoever dares to disturb Madame Ling's breakthrough will be killed without mercy," the Crazy Taoist shouted with a wave of his horsetail whisk. The people not far in front of them all cursed inwardly, "These madmen." Ling Xiao chuckled, then jumped onto Xian Yao's vulture eagle and let Kai Shiyue sit on the 5-colored divine bird to break through. Kai Shiyue cast an affectionate look at Ling Xiao, then sat down cross-legged. Breaking through to the Earth Emperor Stage couldn't be sloppy at all, and Ling Xiao was taking a risk. He wanted to completely shock these villains in front of him and make them completely believe that he, the thousand-faced scholar, was absolutely not fake. At the same time, he also had the idea of subduing them. Although these people didn't have a good reputation, if he could make 1 or 2 of them submit to him, they would definitely be of great help to him. He wasn't willing to stay in this small place like the Northwest or the Southern Wasteland. His goal was to go to the Central Domain, the Holy Land of Martial Arts, and even the Heaven Domain, where the Saint-level super experts lived. This path was destined to be difficult, so in addition to making himself stronger as soon as possible, he also needed to strengthen the forces around him so that he could have more help in the future. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. During these 5 days, the Ghost Woman, the Demon Duke, the Poison Scorpion, and the Crazy Taoist guarded around Kai Shiyue, forming a line to protect her and the 5-colored divine bird, so that not even a mosquito could fly in. Ling Xiao was very satisfied with this situation. His initial temptation had succeeded. "I say, Brother Ling, do you still have any King's Pill? Give me 1 or 2, Xian Yao asked with a fawning expression. Ling Xiao looked up at him and said, "Yes, but your cultivation is still low, so it's useless." Xian Yao's eyes bloomed and he said, "This? I can save it for now. With my 10 bin, it'll be easy for me to reach the king's great perfection." "Well, you can ask me for more when the time comes," Ling Xiao replied. "Don't, it's better to keep it for me now." If anything happens to you, wouldn't my dream of becoming an emperor be in vain? Xian Yao said unwillingly. Ling Zhao's expression darkened and he immediately scolded, "Damn, you dare to curse me? Don't even think about asking me for any more pills in this life." Xian Yao smiled awkwardly and said, "It's a mistake. It's a pure mistake." Ling Zhao closed his eyes and meditated, deciding to ignore this guy who deserved a beating. On the 6th day, the sky was filled with golden light, as if some peerless object had descended to the world. The golden light was extremely dazzling and extraordinary. A 5-colored divine bird was surrounded by a thick layer of golden heaven and earth spiritual energy. In the blink of an eye, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had all entered Saixia Yu's dantian. The 5-colored divine bird was extremely comfortable being bathed in the spiritual energy, and it couldn't help but spit out its beast core to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The strong change in the aura shocked everyone. Who's breaking through? Such dense and powerful spiritual energy, it should be breaking through to the Earth Emperor stage. It's that blood Azura. Didn't she just reach the king's great perfection not long ago? How could she break through to the Earth Emperor stage now? She's crazy. Her realm hasn't stabilized yet. If she breaks through to the Earth Emperor stage in such a hurry, she'll definitely fail. No, her realm has already stabilized. Look at how strong the spiritual energy she's attracting is. It's obvious that she's already half a step into the Earth Emperor stage. As long as she can comprehend the realm of spiritual movement, she'll become an emperor today. How is this possible? She's clearly only at the king's great perfection. How could she break through again? Does she really have some kind of monstrous physique? But even so, she can't break through in a few days. There's another possibility. She might have taken some high-grade pill to break through. Chapter 404. Golden light filled the air and a myriad of colors filled the air. All the flying teams stopped and stared at the man and beast behind them who were breaking through at the same time. The 4 villains near Kai Xiaoyu were all shocked by this scene. She really broke through. The 4 of them exclaimed in their hearts at the same time. They didn't believe that Ling Xiao could really create an Earth sovereign in such a short period of time, but the truth was right in front of them and they had no choice but to believe it. They all secretly praised Ling Xiao's methods. First, he used the 10,000-year stone emulsion to help Kai Xiaoyu reach the peak of the King Step, and then he used the King Ji pill to help her break through in one fell swoop. What others would take decades or hundreds of years to achieve was done by him in just a few days. It was simply enviable. As the golden light faded, 2 powerful auras soared into the sky. One of them had a graceful and exquisite figure that was coiled with golden divine radiance, and her elegant bearing and ethereal charm caused everyone to be extremely shocked and praise her. Many cultivators with poor willpower drooled, and their eyes were about to pop out. The other bird's 5 dazzling tails were sparkling and colorful, extremely tempting, and its cries were full of joy and joy. The 5-colored divine bird was an ancient high-rank spirit beast that had some of the bloodline of the sacred peacock beast. Its colorful tail was its proudest asset. It had long been a peak 4th-rank spirit beast, and with the help of Kai Xiaoyu's breakthrough, it absorbed the powerful essence of heaven and earth and broke through in one fell swoop, becoming a low-rank 5th-rank spirit beast. A man and a beast breaking through at the same time was truly rare in the secular world. Everyone was so shocked by this scene that it was difficult to describe with words. Congratulations to Fairy for becoming an emperor. Except for a few high-rank Earth sovereigns, everyone present slightly cupped their hands towards Kai Xiaoyu and congratulated her. No matter who it was, breaking through to the Emperor Step was definitely something worth celebrating. Once one reached the Emperor Step, it meant that they had stepped into the ranks of the top experts and would be respected by everyone. An Ouyang family's Earth sovereign invited Kai Xiaoyu. Fairy, are you willing to join my Ouyang family and become a guardian elder? My Ouyang family can provide you with the best resources to help you reach a higher level. The Nangong family's Earth sovereign also invited. Fairy can join my Nangong family and become a guardian elder. We can also provide you with the best cultivation resources. The Xian clan's earthly emperor said indifferently, Fairy, you can join my Xian clan. My Xian clan is a well-known alchemy clan, and we can provide you with even more of the best medicinal pills to help you step into the Exalt realm one day. The Tang family's Earth Emperor was slightly displeased. Your Xian family doesn't even have a 5th-grade alchemist, so how can you help the fairy break through to the honorable realm? Then he said to Kai Shiyue, in terms of resources, which one of them can compare to my Tang family? My Tang family can provide a low-level spirit artifact for the fairy to use. As long as the fairy is willing to join my Tang family, our Tang family can definitely provide the resources you need. Bullshit, your Tang family is just a blacksmith. Fairy joining your Tang family would only be an insult to her status, the emperor-level expert from the Xian family replied angrily. The Ouyang and Nangong families also tried their best to invite Kai Xiaoyu. For a moment, the 4 great families' Earth sovereign-level experts were red in the face. At this moment, a faint voice sounded, Fairy is unparalleled and Tenbin is extraordinary. Why don't you join my Divine Alliance and become a guardian elder of my Divine Alliance? You can spread the Divine Alliance's purpose and share the peace of the world. There was no need to guess. This was definitely the Deity Dao Alliance's Vice Alliance Master's golden mouth. The 4 great families were all ancient desolate families, so there was no need to talk about their foundation and strength. They were definitely not weaker than any rank 8 sect. However, the Deity Dao Alliance was one of the strongest alliances in the southern wasteland. There were many disciples in the alliance, and there were many experts in the sect. The alliance master was a powerful existence at the venerable level. Their strength was superior to the 4 great families. When the Deity Dao Alliance spoke, the expressions of the 4 great families turned extremely unsightly. They all thought disdainfully in their hearts, this damned Deity Dao Alliance should be called the Plague Alliance. The talent that Kai Xiaoyu displayed had already attracted everyone's attention. She was only in her 40s, which was way too young for a high-level martial artist. Most of the King stage experts present were between 50 to 200 years old. As for the Earth Emperor stage experts, which one of them wasn't over 100 years old? Even Nangong Lai, who had once obtained a great opportunity, was nearly 100 years old. With Kai Xiaoyu's Tenbin, it was not difficult to imagine that she would have the chance to become the second Nangong Lai. That was why many powers were trying their best to invite Kai Xiaoyu to join them to increase their strength and foundation. Alright, stop arguing. I can't sleep any longer even if I wanted to. Ling Xiao seemed to have just woken up. He stretched his body and yawned. Then he looked at Kai Xiaoyu and his eyes lit up. You broke through. Kai Xiaoyu smiled and nodded repeatedly. You and Xiao, you were lucky enough to break through. Thank you, husband. Ling Xiao flew away from the vulture eagle, and Kai Xiaoyu impatiently threw herself into his arms. Now, she did not have any of the dignified demeanor of an Earth sovereign-level expert. She was just like a young girl who had just fallen in love, full of infinite joy and attachment. Everyone was dumbfounded. They had just been fighting with each other to draw Kai Xiaoyu to join their forces. But now, the hot protagonist had thrown herself into the arms of a low-level king-level young man. This made them feel as if they had been electrocuted. They all felt as if the world had been turned upside down. Why would a dignified new Earth sovereign rely on a small king-level expert? She should go to a wider world to survive and develop, and continue to cultivate. It's good that you broke through. Don't waste your husband's good intentions. Ling Xiao kissed Kai Xiaoyu's forehead and said. The surrounding people were even more frantic in their hearts. The fairy in their hearts had actually been polluted by Immortal. She really deserved to be punished by the heavens. Fairy, now that you have become a sovereign, why are you still following this kid? Don't you want to go further? The Ouyang clan's Earth sovereign advised. That's right. This kid is just a low-level king-level expert. He will never be able to catch up to you in this lifetime. Why are you reluctant to part with this useless trash? The Xian clan's Earth sovereign echoed. That's right. Join our Nangong clan. We can definitely help you reach the venerable level quickly and dominate a region. The Nangong clan's Earth's sovereign tempted. Join our Tang clan. You can use any spirit equipment you want and you won't lack cultivation resources. The Tang clan's Earth's sovereign invited. The Divine Union is your best choice. Everyone, there is no need to argue. The Deity Dao Union's vice-union leader said tyrannically. Kai Xia, you wanted to say something, but Crazy Taoist shouted first, don't waste your time. Fairy is Brother Ling's immortal companion. Why would she join your small sex? You really don't know what you were talking about. What was crazy? This was crazy. In the southern wasteland, the Deity Dao Union and the four noble clans were definitely the peak powers. Who dared to be so arrogant as to think that they were small sects? Aside from Crazy Taoist, there was probably no one who dared to speak so boldly. Only if that person was tired of living would they dare to say such words. The people of the Deity Dao Union and the four noble clans all glared at Crazy Taoist angrily. The Deity Dao Union's vice-union leader said faintly, Crazy Taoist, you have a ruthless temperament. How about this union leader reform you into following our divine union and promoting our divine union's purpose? After saying that, a blue steel hoop appeared in the Deity Dao Union's vice-union leader's hand. The steel hoop gave off a strange aura, and dozens of strange lotus flowers appeared. When everyone saw this blue steel hoop, their expressions changed. This was a middle-grade rank 6 spirit equipment, blue lotus hoop. It was refined from dozens of 7,000-year-old blue lotus cores. It had the ability to control and confuse one's mind. We also want to be reformed by you. Let's see who will be reformed first. The ghost hag retreated to Crazy Taoist's side and shouted. The skeleton staff in the ghost hag's hand gave off a frightening green light. I would like you to help me purify the poisonous gas in my hand. Is that possible? A black poisonous gas appeared in Poison Scorpion's hand. Waves after waves of poisonous gas spread out, corroding the surrounding air and causing it to corrode. The people of the Deity Dao Union gathered around their vice-union leader, waiting for his orders. The people of the four noble clans retreated, not wanting to get involved in this mess. Just as the battle was about to start, a dignified voice came from afar. Are you leaving or not? If not, then don't follow me. Otherwise, don't blame this old man for being impolite. The scarlet light did not linger and disappeared into the horizon. Everyone recovered their wits and did not want to waste any more time. It was more important for them to hurry on with their journey. The Deity Dao Union's vice-union leader looked coldly at the four evil men and said, I hope you can leave Gu City alive and give our divine union a chance to reform the four of you. After saying that, he quickly left on the green-winged wind eagle. The Crazy Taoist shouted in disdain, You really think so highly of yourselves. Of course, we can leave Gu City alive, but it's hard to say for your Plague Alliance. Well said. We should change our name to Plague Alliance, the Ghost Hag and Duke Fiend said with a smile. Poison Scorpion waved his black fan and smiled, Lower your voice. If others hear us, they will think that we are making a scene. Poison Scorpion asked them to lower their voice, but his words could travel 1,000 meters and everyone could hear him clearly. The four evil men were not afraid of anything. The Deity Dao Union had always viewed them as a thorn in their side, and they also hated the people of the Deity Dao Union. Congratulations, Madam Ling, for advancing to Monarch Realm. I have a golden man lotus here. Please accept it as a small token of my respect. A jade box appeared in Poison Scorpion's hand. This jade box contained a small golden flower. This was a medial grade 5 golden man lotus, a rare spirit flower that metal-attributed cultivators desired. When the Ghost Hag and Duke Fiend saw this, they exchanged glances. A jade box also appeared in the Ghost Hag's hand. She smiled and said, Congratulations, Madam Ling, for ascending to the throne. This is a high-ranked rank 5 metal-attributed beast core. I hope you like it. The Crazy Taoist became anxious. He did not seem to have any high-ranked metal-attributed spirit grass or beast cores in his spatial ring. Was he going to miss this opportunity to curry favor with Ling Xiao? Suddenly, The crazy Taoist found something good in his spatial ring and quickly took it out. Congratulations, Madam Ling, for ascending to the throne. This is a high-ranked rank 5 defensive armor from the Tang clan. It should be suitable for you to wear. Madam Ling, please accept it, the crazy Taoist said as he held up the armor with both hands. Chapter 405. How can I accept it? Kai Shiyue said with some difficulty, casting a questioning look at Ling Xiao. These things are a bit shabby, Ling Xiao said as he glanced at the items in their hands. He paused for a moment before saying, but since they are a token of their appreciation, you should accept them. When the 4 villains heard this, their faces heated up. They all thought, this is too unreasonable. Such a good thing is shabby. If you don't want it, then forget it. They only thought about it in their hearts and didn't dare to say it out loud. For the sake of the 10,000-year stone emulsion, they had to endure it. To the side, Xian Yao's face was a bit unnatural, and he couldn't help but twitch. This guy is too good at swindling people. Such a high-grade thing is shabby. I'm afraid you'll be secretly happy later. You're a typical person who doesn't know how to behave after obtaining something. Ling Xiao glanced at Xian Yao's expression and asked, Little brother, what gift do you have for your wife? Xian Yao's heart clenched and his expression seemed to say, I've only just entered the king realm. What good thing can I have? A sinister smile appeared on Ling Xiao's face, and his expression seemed to say, don't think that this young master doesn't know that you still have a lot of treasures. If you don't take out something decent, this young master will definitely not let you off. Husband, I think it's better to forget about it. Don't make things difficult for him, Kai Shiyue said very considerately. But in Xian Yao's ears, these words were extremely sarcastic. You husband and wife are vicious. Xian Yao gritted his teeth and took out a pure and unadorned pearl. This pearl was the size of a fist and sparkled brightly. As soon as it appeared, the surrounding spiritual energy quickly gathered around it. The demon emperor, who rarely spoke, exclaimed, Soul-absorbing pearl. Soul-absorbing pearl? The 4 villains were all surprised, and then they all thought of something. Their pupils shrank slightly, and their gazes became incomparably passionate. They clearly knew what a soul-absorbing pearl was. Xian Yao congratulates Madam Ling for advancing to the earthly sovereign realm. This is a spirit-absorbing pearl. As long as you carry it with you, you'll be able to gather spiritual energy no matter where you are. You'll never have to worry about spiritual energy depletion, Xian Yao said indifferently. Ling Xiao licked his lips and hurriedly urged Kai Shiyue, hurry up and accept it. Then he turned to the 4 villains and said, Look, my little brother took out something decent. Aren't your things too shabby? When the 4 great evils heard those words, they nearly covered their faces and cried. How are we supposed to live like this? We gave them some gifts, yet we still suffered such a merciless attack. This is too much. The 4 of them cried out bitterly in their hearts. First, put the spirit-absorbing pearl away. Don't let others find out about this, or it'll attract a disaster, reminded the demon emperor. Kai Shiyue had just received the spirit bead, and after hearing the demon emperor's words, she immediately put it into her space ring, and the surrounding world energy stopped pouring in. Ling Xiao had read about the origin of the spirit-absorbing pearl in an ancient text. It and the secluded water bead were both earth-grade exotic pearls. Although they weren't as high-grade as the innate wind bead or the demon blue flame bead, they still had extraordinary effects. It originated from the gathering place of the spirit-absorbing beast, and after tens of thousands of years of nurturing, it had the ability to absorb and gather spiritual energy. The amount of spiritual energy it could absorb was several times or even 10 times that of the same place. Having it was equivalent to carrying a small spirit-gathering array with you, making cultivation twice the result with half the effort. It was a spirit bead that any cultivator dreamed of obtaining. Even an Empyrean realm powerhouse would want to snatch this spirit-absorbing pearl, which was enough to show how precious it was. The reason why the demon emperor recognized this spirit-absorbing pearl at a glance was because he had once placed one in the spirit-gathering array of the force he belonged to as the eye of the array, making the spirit gathering array even more extraordinary. Although the four villains had never seen a spirit-absorbing pearl before, they had read about it like Ling Xiao, which was why they had been so envious just now. Ling Xiao saw Xian Yao's sad face and comforted him through voice transmission. "I just want a small pearl from you. You look like a resentful woman who has been abandoned. You're really stingy." "That's a spirit-absorbing pearl. Even in the central region, it's rare to see one. How can I not be distressed? How can I cultivate without it?" Xian Yao complained. Ling Xiao curled his lips and said, "You're not careful when making friends. This young master gave you the 10,000-year stone emulsion and helped you refine the king pill to help you break through to the king rank, but now you're so resentful for a small pearl. What's more, you took it out yourself, and this young master didn't force you. This young master is really sad." Xian Yao's face twitched, and his heart was bleeding. How did this Tianji meet such a thick-skinned fellow? "Alas, seeing that your wife likes this pearl so much, I'll help you refine the king rank pill's spirit herbs when you get them. Consider it as a trade for this pearl, lest you go around saying bad things about this young master in the future." Ling Xiao sighed. Xian Yao's mood improved a lot when he heard this. Ling Xiao hugged Kai Shiyue and faintly said in her ear, do you still want to continue improving your strength?" The four villains had extraordinary hearing, and Ling Xiao hadn't used the secret ear, so they heard him in an instant. She can continue improving her strength? This is impossible. The four villains cried out in disbelief. In just a few days, Kai Shiyue had reached the peak of the king rank, which could be said to be due to the 10,000-year stone emulsion. Then, she had broken through to the emperor rank with the help of Wang Danji. Now that her realm was not stable, how could she continue to break through? Kai Shiyue also felt that Ling Xiao was coaxing her, so she immediately chuckled and said, "Husband, you've done so much for me, and I'm already satisfied. You won't ask for anything else." Ling Xiao licked her ear and said, "You're my woman, so it's natural for me to do so much for you. As long as you still want to break through, I'll let you advance another level now, but it might take a little longer to advance in the future." "Is it really okay?" Kai Shiyue asked with a blushing face. "Don't you believe in your husband?" Ling Xiao asked. Kai Shiyue hurriedly said, "Of course I believe in my husband." "That's good. Since there's still some time left, I'll help you advance another level. When we get to Gu City, we'll have more protection," Ling Xiao said. Following that, another bottle appeared in Ling Xiao's hand. It was also a crystal-clear pill, but the color and size of this pill were slightly different from the previous King Ji pill. The four villains, Xian Yao, and the Demon Emperor all stared at the pill in the bottle. Ling Xiao opened the bottle cap, and a strong pill fragrance spread out. It's the fragrance of a pill, a 5th-grade pill. This time, it was Crazy Taoist who cried out in surprise. Poison Scorpion's eyes also lit up. It's definitely a top 5th-grade pill. The medicinal power is really strong. It might be able to help me reach the peak of the Emperor stage. The Ghost Hag Demon Elder also cried out, This is too tempting. Brother Ling, can you give it to us? We can exchange anything with you." Ling Xiao glanced at the four of them and said with a faint smile, "This is a metal attribute pill. It's not suitable for you, so don't even think about it." The four of them revealed extremely disappointed looks. "Take it." Ling Xiao handed the pill to Kai Shiyue. Kai Shiyue's delicate hands trembled, and it was obvious that she couldn't hide the ecstasy in her heart. A top 5th-grade pill was enough to make any Emperor Stage cultivator go crazy. In the Northwest or the Southern Wasteland, how many alchemists could refine such a high-grade pill? Even if he could refine it, he didn't know how many years it would take to gather all the spirit herbs needed to refine a 5th-grade pill. The pill that Ling Xiao took out was the Emperor Ascension pill that he had obtained from the Heaven-suppressing sect in the Secret Realm. At that time, he had obtained a total of 6 pills, 3 top 5th-grade Emperor Ascension pills and 3 top 6th-grade Spirit Sovereign pills. This was a Metal Attribute Emperor Ascension pill. After Ling Xiao had seen the experts of the Southern Wasteland, he was eager to increase his chances of survival, and he also wanted to have the strength to fight in Gu City. His current strength was only at the low-level king stage. Perhaps it was quite good for the younger generation, but compared to this group of people in front of him, he was only the lowest level of martial artists, not worth mentioning. Right now, he could intimidate the 4 villains to stand on the same side as him and listen to his orders, but once they exposed his identity, he was afraid that the first person they would deal with would be him. Therefore, he had to make himself stronger. Currently, the Demon Emperor seemed to have the strength of a middle-level Earth Emperor, but he could only display the strength of a low-level Earth Emperor. It was all because his attribute did not match the attribute of this body. When it came to a real battle, the Demon Emperor might not be able to help him. But Kai Shiyue was different. She was loyal to Ling Xiao, and could be considered the person he trusted the most at present. He helped her advance to the Emperor stage not only for her sake, but also for his own sake. If Kai Shiyue became stronger, it meant that the strength on his side would also become stronger, which was enough to shock many forces. She advanced one more level just to be on the safe side. There must be some unknown dangers in Gu City that made people call it a forbidden zone for humans. It was enough to show how terrifying it was inside. Only with great strength would there be a chance of survival. Ling Xiao didn't want his woman to die. After taking the Emperor Ascension pill, Kai Shiyue's aura soared. Her cultivation, which had just broken through to the Earth Emperor stage, was quickly consolidated by the powerful energy. Then, her strength went straight to the middle level of the low level, and she soon reached the peak of the low level. She was only a step away from stepping into the next stage. A strong golden storm was stirred up around her, causing the surrounding aura to whistle. The people in front stopped again and looked back. Their eyes were wide open, and their mouths were so wide that a large rock could be stuffed in. What the hell is going on? Didn't you just break through to the Earth Emperor stage? Why did you break through again? Everyone was dumbfounded. They couldn't understand what was going on. Could it be that what they saw was an illusion? Rumble. As tens of thousands of golden rays sprinkled down, Kai Shiyue only felt that the barrier that was preventing her from advancing was instantly broken. A comfortable and rich spiritual power flowed around her, causing her to be unable to help but shout, "This feeling is too great." Then she raised her hand, and a golden light shot down. Rumble. 100-mile stretch of forest was reduced to dust under her attack. Chapter 406. A mountain range that spanned 100 miles was blasted into smithereens, and a plume of gray smoke rose into the air. The group of flying spirit beasts in the sky instantly stopped, and everyone on top of the spirit beasts stared at the mountain range that had been flattened. What a destructive power! It really is the strength of a mid-stage Earth Emperor. Is this a dream? She just broke through to the Emperor stage, and she can advance again? Don't tell me they're playing house? She definitely took a high-grade pill, or else she wouldn't have advanced so easily. Who is helping her? Could it be that young man? It's possible. Otherwise, why would the 4 great evildoers personally protect her? It's clearly because of that young man. Where did he come from? Everyone discussed in low voices for a while before continuing on their way. They were afraid that if they really angered Danshan sect, then the trip to Gu City would no longer have anything to do with them. Kai Shiyue threw herself into Ling Xiao's arms and kissed him passionately. The past few days had made her feel like she was dreaming. In just a few short days, she had reached a height that others would never be able to reach in their entire lives. This made her ecstatic. She rejoiced in her heart that the luckiest thing in her life was meeting Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao struggled slightly from Kai Shiyue's embrace and revealed a bashful expression. There are too many people here. Don't be like this, I'll be shy. Xian Yao, who was not far away, heard this and immediately fell off the vulture eagle. Heavens, let a bolt of lightning strike the sky. Xian Yao shouted in his heart. At this time, the 4 great evildoers came back to their senses, and the way they looked at Ling Xiao was completely different. At first, because they couldn't figure out Ling Xiao's strength, and because of the Blue Jiao Dragon's protection, they temporarily compromised with Ling Xiao and headed to Gu City together, planning to make plans after arriving at Gu City. However, when they saw Ling Xiao take out the 10,000-year stone emulsion, they wanted to curry favor with Ling Xiao and think of a way to exchange for it with other things. However, when they saw Ling Xiao raise a peak king rank expert by 2 ranks in a short few days, they were truly shocked. It was undeniable that this was the effect of the medicinal pill, but they couldn't understand why Ling Xiao had such a top-notch medicinal pill. Even if it was the treasures that they had accumulated for many years, compared to the things that Ling Xiao had taken out, they were really not on the same level. Could it be that he obtained some kind of peerless opportunity? The 4 of them thought at the same time. This is truly gratifying and respectable. Madame Ling is so young, yet she has already caught up to us who have painstakingly cultivated for hundreds of years. It really makes us feel ashamed. Poison Scorpion said respectfully. The other 3 followed the wind and set the helm, praising Kai Shiue endlessly. All right, let's hurry up. If we don't leave now, we will be the last to leave, Ling Xiao reminded them. He had already achieved his goal, and it was now up to who would be the first to lose patience and look for him. Another 2 days passed like this, and they were getting closer and closer to Gu City. The 4 great evildoers' thoughts also became more and more active. There was only 1 bottle of 10,000-year stone emulsion left, and if they didn't think of a way to obtain it, it would probably be difficult for them to have another chance. On the side, Ling Xiao and Kai Shiue were flirting with each other, and they were very happy. There were still a few days before they arrived at Gu City, and they didn't have the mood to meditate. Ling Xiao secretly exclaimed in his heart, "They really can keep their composure." In the end, the ghost woman and the demon duke couldn't help but speak first. They sat on the twin-headed flying snake and used the secret ear transmission technique to speak to Ling Xiao. "Ha, brother Thousand Faces, can you exchange that bottle of 10,000-year stone emulsion with us? We can exchange it for it at any price." The ghost woman and the demon duke were the weakest among the 4 great evildoers on the surface, and they were only at the middle stage of the Earth Emperor realm. However, they had incredible secret techniques that allowed them to fight above their realm. Even if they faced a high-level Earth Emperor, they would still be able to fight and even kill them. However, Ling Xiao had the worst and most disgusted impression of the 2 of them. When they first met in the restaurant, their killing methods were still vivid in his mind. Ling Xiao said indifferently, "What do you have to exchange with me?" Ling Xiao didn't use the secret ear transmission technique to say this, but directly said it in front of everyone. On the side, Poison Scorpion and the Crazy Taoist were very anxious. "You 2 ugly monsters want to eat it alone? No way." The Crazy Taoist scolded unhappily, then said to Ling Xiao politely, "Brother Ling, give me that bottle of 10,000-year stone emulsion. I can exchange it with my Cosmos bag." Ling Xiao's impression of the Crazy Taoist was much better than that of the ghost woman and the demon duke. However, this guy had a bad temper and was too arrogant. It was easy for him to offend people. However, his strength was still very strong. He was a high-level Earth Emperor, only slightly weaker than Nangong Lai. In the southern wasteland, he was definitely one of the top experts. "Haha, you damn Taoist. That Cosmos sack of yours can only hold people with average strength. What use do you have for it?" The ghost woman retorted. She then turned to Ling Xiao and said, "Brother Ling, we can give you 2 7,000-year-old heavenly snow lotuses in exchange." The heavenly snow lotus was a mid-tier 6th rank ice attribute spirit herb. It had the effect of prolonging life and resurrecting the dead. At the same time, it could increase the purity of the ice attribute and the affinity of the ice attribute spirit chi. It was a rare ice attribute spirit herb. If these 2 heavenly snow lotuses were 10,000 years old, no one would be willing to exchange them for the 10,000-year stone emulsion. Because the ghost woman and the demon duke were of the wood attribute, this heavenly snow lotus was not very useful to them. This was also the reason why they were willing to exchange it. Heavenly snow lotus. Ling Zhao's expression changed slightly. He cultivated several elements at the same time, so this ice attribute spirit herb was quite useful to him. However, he thought that this heavenly snow lotus was more suitable for Bing Ruoshui. This heavenly snow lotus is good, But who doesn't know that Brother Ling has a wind attribute physique? What use is this heavenly snow lotus for him? Can it give him an extra life? The crazy Taoist laughed disdainfully. As soon as this was said, the ghost woman and the demon duke were immediately embarrassed. The thousand-faced scholar was a well-known wind attribute martial artist. Only high-level wind attribute spirit herbs were useful to him. This heavenly snow lotus was indeed of little value to him. However, they did not know that this thousand-faced scholar was no longer the same thousand-faced scholar. Ling Xiao glanced at the ghost woman and the crazy Taoist and said, "Your things are indeed good, but it seems that they can't compare to my 10,000-year stone emulsion. If I let others know that I have 10,000-year stone emulsion, I believe that many people will be interested in it. There will be no lack of good things for me to choose. I really can't think of any reason to exchange it with any of you." As soon as this was said, the expressions of the four evildoers changed. Ling Xiao's words were indeed correct. This 10,000-year stone emulsion was very rare. If one were to compare its value, it was definitely comparable to a 7th-rank spirit herb. This kind of good thing would definitely be very popular no matter where it was. Just because they couldn't take out something that could be used for exchange didn't mean that others couldn't. The foundations of the other powers were not what they could imagine. Ling Xiao glanced at Poison Scorpion, who had yet to speak, and said faintly, "However, who asked us to be the southern region's 5 evildoers? Although we've never been united, it's still better than being an outsider." At this point, he paused for a moment before continuing, "It's a pity that I only have 1 bottle of 10,000-year stone emulsion left. As long as any one of you can show some sincerity and take out something that can move my heart, I will definitely give it to one of you." There's still some time before we reach Gu City, so take your time to think about it. I'm not in a hurry. When the 4 evildoers heard this, they fell silent for a moment. At the same time, they were trying to guess Ling Xiao's intentions. In their hearts, they thought, "Of course you're not in a hurry. You've already used it anyway." There was only 1 bottle of 10,000-year stone emulsion left, so it would be strange if they weren't anxious. Xian Yao and the Demon Emperor, who were at the side, had a whole new level of respect for Ling Xiao. Only now did they realize that although Ling Xiao was sometimes frivolous, he was also very good at scheming. No one could make him suffer a loss. After a few more days, Gu City gradually appeared in front of them. This was the most central area of the Southern Territory. It was once the most glorious city, and it had the most historical significance of the ancient legends. Gu City covered a very wide area. The Thousand Beast City and Southern Sky City that Ling Xiao had seen before were both huge cities, but compared to this place, they were much smaller. The towering walls, the quaint pavilions, the spacious streets, all of them showed that this place was once prosperous and rich. This was also the reason why the others wanted to take this place for themselves. It was such a glorious thing to be able to become an overlord here. Now, this huge city was filled with a desolate and dilapidated scene, and the sky was shrouded with an extremely oppressive and heavy feeling. It was as if from the day it was bathed in blood, it had been filled with unwillingness. Countless souls of the Gu clan formed a huge resentment that filled the sky, forming the ancestral curse. All the flying spirit beasts stopped thousands of meters in front of the city. Everyone looked at the dark and oppressive city from afar, and there was an inexplicable sense of fear in their hearts. The reason why this place was called the Southern Wilderness Forbidden Area was that no one who had once entered Gu City could come out again, even the experts of the Earth Emperor stage. Was there a vengeful spirit of the Gu clan inside, or was there an ancestral curse cast by the Gu clan inside? No one knew. They only knew that there had once been 2 divine objects here, the Heaven Gu Divine Skill and the Heaven Gu Divine Cauldron. These 2 divine objects were called God, and they were full of temptation no matter where they were. People were like moths flying into a flame, searching for them one after another. With the passing of time, these 2 divine arts had already been forgotten by the world. However, someone spread the news and made everyone believe that the 2 great magic arts were still in Gu City. Therefore, all the forces in the southern wasteland gathered in one place, intending to turn the entire Gu City upside down. Even if they couldn't find the two great magic arts, they wanted to reopen Gu City and make it their new territory, their new stronghold. Danshan Dao was the strongest in this operation, and everyone knew that he was definitely going for the Heaven Gu Divine Cauldron. After all, he was a rank 6 alchemist, and this Divine Cauldron was like another life to him. If he obtained the Heaven Gu Divine Cauldron, he would be like a tiger that had grown wings, and his alchemy skills would rise to another level. Grandmaster Danshan, are we going to enter the city directly? The Deity Dao Union's Deputy Alliance Master asked. Danshan Dao ignored the Deputy Alliance Master, and his eyes were fixed on the nearby Gu City, his expression extremely focused. Soon after, his expression became extremely unsightly, and cold sweat dripped down from both sides of his forehead. No wonder people who come here can only enter, but not leave. I think I know what's going on, Danshan Dao said faintly. Chapter 407. Danshan Dao's words caused everyone to stare at him in shock. This place had been a forbidden zone for 10,000 years, but he was able to see through it at a glance? A venerable level expert is extraordinary. Everyone exclaimed in their hearts. Grandmaster Danshan, what's going on? All the leaders of the factions asked in unison. Danshan Dao frowned. There are a large number of resentful souls in Gu City. Resentful souls. Everyone was horrified. Resentful souls and souls were two completely different concepts. The soul still had the will and thoughts of the original martial artist, but the resentful soul only had countless resentments left. It no longer had the will and thoughts of the martial artist before death, only the thick resentment before death, bloodlust, cruelty, hatred, anger. As long as it encountered something alive, it would absolutely not let it go. It would definitely entangle that person to death. This was the so-called resentful soul. Normally, after a cultivator died, their soul would dissipate into the world. Only the souls of those at the emperor level and above would be immortal. They would only die if their soul was heavily injured. However, a resentful spirit was different. Normally, a martial artist with a bit of strength would have an obsession in their heart. Even when they died, they would still leave behind a resentful spirit. However, this resentful spirit was only a strand of negative will. It would quickly disappear between heaven and earth. Very few of them could exist in this world for a long time. But now, there were a large number of resentful souls in Gu City. What did this mean? Perhaps there was a powerful restriction in Gu City that prevented these vengeful spirits from disappearing, allowing them to stay in Gu City and occupy Gu City, preventing outsiders from disturbing them. Was this the mystery behind why Gu City had been a forbidden zone for 10,000 years? Most people believed Danshan Dao's words. After all, only an evil existence like this could force people to enter and never leave. For a moment, all the factions were hesitating. Should they enter or not? There were a large number of resentful souls inside. Resentful souls that could kill Earth's sovereign-level cultivators were extremely powerful. These resentful souls only attacked the soul, and didn't have much to do with strength. Everyone's spiritual sea was where their natal soul resided. It was always the weakest part of a cultivator. Once their soul was devoured, even a god wouldn't be able to save them. If you're not afraid of death, then come in. I'll be going in first. Danshan Dao ignored the hesitant people behind him and flew into Gu City on his fire phoenix. Everyone looked at the bold and skillful figure, and they were all extremely reverent. The second wave of people to enter were people from the Devil Shadow sect. They didn't even think before following Danshan. How can we let such an evil thing live forever? Our divine union will naturally enforce justice on behalf of the heavens, the Divine Dao Union's deputy union master muttered as he led his subordinates in pursuit. Now, only the 4 great clans and a group of rogue cultivators were hesitating. Riches come from danger. Whoever wants to go in, follow me. Nangong Lai said faintly to the individual cultivators who came with him, then glanced at Ling Xiao who was not far away, and flew towards Gu City on the flaming bird. Lai Emperor is right. Since I've come, how can I return empty-handed? I'm going. That's right. What's a mere vengeful spirit? Don't tell me that we can't deal with these filthy things? I'll go in as well. With the Gu race's 2 great divine arts here, I'll be lucky to obtain them, but if I don't, it'll be my fate. At worst, I'll just die, but I'll be a man again in 18 years. I'll go too. I'll go too. Those rogue cultivators and mercenaries were all fugitives, and all of them were courageous people. Most of them were provoked by Nangong Lai's words and immediately flew in. Only 3 rogue cultivators who were afraid of death stayed behind. When the people from the 4 great clans saw that most of the people had gone in, how could they embarrass the 4 great clans? Everyone follow me. As long as you're not possessed by the vengeful spirits, there's nothing to fear. The people from the Tang clan were the first to cry out in alarm. The other 3 clans were not willing to fall behind, so they rode their mounts and flew in as well. Now, aside from the 3 rogue cultivators who had left in shame, only Ling Xiao and the others who had yet to enter were left. Haha, these vengeful spirits are the most suitable for us to cultivate. We'll make a move first. The ghost hag and the demon duke practiced the most evil cultivation techniques, so they similarly sensed the large number of vengeful spirits in the city. Their expressions became as excited as if they were possessed. After crying out in alarm, they rode 2 flying snakes and disappeared in front of everyone. They were actually willing to give up the 10,000-year stone emulsion, which showed how important the vengeful spirits in Gu City were to them. Naturally, Ling Xiao was very happy to leave with them because he valued Crazy Taoist and Poison Scorpion more. It would be best if he could subdue them together. However, Poison Scorpion did not move for a long time. Could it be that he was not interested in his 10,000-year stone emulsion? After Crazy Taoist saw that the ghost hag and the demon duke had left, he rubbed his hands and walked in front of Ling Xiao, saying, "Brother Ling, tell me, what do you want me to do in exchange for the supreme grade stone emulsion?" It's actually very simple. Ling Xiao glanced at Crazy Taoist, then glanced at Poison Scorpion and said, "Use your people to exchange for it." Crazy Taoist's expression darkened. "What do you mean?" "It's very simple. Whoever submits to me will be qualified to obtain the 10,000-year stone emulsion," Ling Xiao said very confidently. "Brother Thousand Face, this joke is not pleasant to hear." Crazy Taoist replied gloomily. All along, the 5 evildoers were notorious. No one was stronger than the other, only more hateful and more vicious. They were people who were equally famous in the southern wasteland. If Crazy Taoist subdued Thousand Face Scholar, he would probably be looked down upon and disdained. One had to know that many powers had tried to invite them to be the previous generation's worshippers, but they had never taken them seriously. It was all because they were arrogant and unruly people, so they had always considered themselves as rogue cultivators. Now, Crazy Taoist naturally would not sell himself for the 10,000-year stone emulsion. Poison Scorpion's expression was also not good, but he did not immediately leave. "I'm not joking with you," Ling Xiao said very seriously, then looked at Crazy Taoist and Poison Scorpion and said, "I'm not afraid to tell you that I'm not Thousand Face Scholar. I'm Ling Xiao, and I only have the strength of a low-level king." "What? You're not Thousand Face Scholar?" Crazy Taoist and Poison Scorpion both cried out in shock. They had always thought that Ling Xiao was one of the 5 evildoers, Thousand Face Scholar. After all, they had originally agreed to meet in the restaurant for the sake of forming an alliance. At that time, other than the 4 of them, only Ling Xiao dared to sit there. The Thousand Face Scholar was known for his ever-changing appearance. He could disguise himself as a man, woman, old, or young at any time. Ordinary people would not be able to tell him apart. At that time, the poisonous scorpion emitted a strong poison. Ordinary warriors could not withstand the poison, so he thought that Ling Xiao was the Thousand-Faced Scholar. Moreover, the blue dragon appeared and threw the Crazy Taoist away. They were even more certain that Thousand-Faced Scholar had some fortuitous encounter and had already broken through to the supremacy level. He had also subdued a rank 6 spirit beast, so they did not suspect that Ling Xiao was not the real Thousand-Faced Scholar. Later, on the way to Gu City, they were even more certain of their thoughts. If this young man in front of them was not Thousand-Faced Scholar, with just his low-level king-level cultivation, How could he have a mid-level Earth Emperor as a servant? How could he casually take out a rare jade liquid like the 10,000-year stone milk? How could he casually take out all kinds of high-grade spirit pills? This was obviously impossible, right? They had always thought that Ling Xiao was thousand-faced scholar, but Ling Xiao had personally said that he was not. This made them feel that the world was too crazy. Could it be that they had been sleepwalking all the way here? A low-level king rank expert was able to possess such abnormal reserves and was even able to play around with the four of them. This simply drove them to the verge of going mad. Don't you think it's inconceivable? Ling Xiao asked, then chuckled and said, "That day, when you suddenly came to the restaurant, it really gave me a fright. If it wasn't for Xiaolong's protection, I'm afraid that I would have been killed by you. However, don't think that you can kill me now. First of all, my servant is a mid-level Earth Emperor, and now my woman is also a mid-level Earth Emperor. I also have a rank 6 Flood Dragon to protect me. Of course, you can choose to leave now, but I will leave this 10,000-year stone milk for others to enjoy. Oh, right, besides the 4th and 5th grade spirit pills, I also seem to have a 6th grade spirit pill called Spirit Sovereign Pill. I don't have any use for that thing, so it would be a waste to leave it with me." You still have Spirit Sovereign Pills? This is impossible. Even Dan Chundao can't refine it. In the southern region, I have never heard of anyone who can refine this kind of top 6th grade spirit pill. Crazy Taoist exclaimed. Poison Scorpion's eyes also became hot, and he faintly said, "I have seen that kind of pill in the Central Region's auction. Every Spirit Sovereign Pill is a pill that all the major forces will fight for. The auction price can be described as sky-high. You really have this kind of pill?" Ling Xiao smiled proudly and said, "If you believe it, then I have it. If you don't, then I don't have it." He had already whetted their appetites. If he could tempt them to follow him, it would be the best. If not, then he wouldn't lose anything. In any case, he had already achieved his goal, and now it was up to them to see who was willing to take the bait. Crazy Taoist and Poison Scorpion both looked deeply at Ling Xiao, and the two fell into silence. Although the 10,000-year stone milk was very tempting to them, it was not enough to make them sell themselves. But now, the Spirit Sovereign Pill was different. As long as they had it, it meant that it was very likely that they would step into the ranks of the Venerable Realm. They would become a Venerable Realm that was above 10,000, and their lifespans would also be greatly extended. An Empyrean was a true overlord in this hot land. At that time, even if they established a sect and occupied it, no one would dare to say anything. The pursuit of eternal life and strength had always been a temptation that no martial artist could resist. The two of them were both high-level earthly emperors. Without the Spirit Sovereign Pill, they might be able to cultivate to the perfection of the Monarch Realm one day and try to break through to the Venerable Realm. However, breaking through to the Venerable Realm had always required a great deal of luck and comprehension. Perhaps they would break through overnight, or perhaps they would not be able to reach that step for hundreds of years or even their entire lives. In the end, they would become a cup of yellow soil that would be buried in the long river of history. Right? I forgot to tell you that I am also a 5th grade alchemist, Ling Xiao said very casually. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Immortal Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.